exchange and its leadership, the entire staff, but in particular, the leadership of Jamaica Stock Exchange and the planning committee. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm certain many persons have been eagerly awaiting this segment of the conference. The fact that it has to deal with wealth, and not just wealth, but building generational wealth. Generational wealth is quite topical, and understanding it early can redound to significant benefits for the current and future generations. Not only is it a safety net for future generations, but it allows for a good start for children and enabling them and other family members to pursue their goals, possibly start a business, buy homes, invest in opportunities that might not have been otherwise possible. Overall, generational wealth can help break cycles that have existed for many generations, and of course contribute to long-term financial stability within families. This morning, as we develop and dig deeper into this topic, we have a very knowledgeable panel to share with you this morning. And I'm going to be inviting the members of the panel to come up as I call your names. Ms. Therese Kettle, Senior Vice President, Investment Banking, Burrito Investments Limited. Ms. Mishka McLeod, or that's Mrs. Mishka McLeod Hines, Vice President, Capital Markets, Sagicor Investments Limited, Jamaica. Mr. Kareem Tomlinson, Managing Director, GK Investments Limited. And Mr. John Kim, CEO and Chief Investment Officer, Reckoner Capital Management Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, this is John's first time to Jamaica. Let him feel a bit more welcome and feel a warm Jamaican welcome. All right, we will flow with me, starting off with the members of the panel, telling us a bit about their companies, and then we get into a few questions and possibly take some questions from the audience. So I'll start off to my extreme left with Therese, telling us a bit about her company, and then we'll continue down the line. Thank you, Therese.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Therese Kettle, and I'm the Senior Vice President, Investment Banking at Burrito Investments Limited. So a little bit about Burrito Investments Limited. Burrito Investments Limited is one of the oldest stock brokerage companies in Jamaica. We have the distinction to be formed by a woman, Rita Humphreys Lewin, in 1977. So we are a full service investment firm, where it is that we offer asset management, brokerage services, investment banking, you name it, anything as it relates to providing capital. That's what it is that we do at Burrito. Now, I represent the investment banking unit, and what we do, simply put, we raise capital and we provide strategic advice for our clients. Now, the investment banking unit of Burrito, even though Burrito would have started in 1977, we are the newer kids on the block in terms of the investment banking unit. And since our inception in December 2018, we would have raised in excess of $130 billion for local, regional, and international clients. So we're looking forward to serving businesses. We're looking forward to raising capital and providing you and your businesses the right strategic advice to grow your business. All right.
Thank you, Therese. Welcome again. Tell us a bit about Reckoner.
Thank you very much, Norman. This is my first time in Jamaica, as Norman mentioned. Thank you to CG, who's been showing me around and been a great host. Very excited to be here. I'm the CEO of Reckoner Capital Management. We are a newly formed asset manager, about $1 billion in institutional commitments. But more importantly, and more pertinent to this panel, we are an asset manager that seeks to bring wealth products to individual investors globally. We've done that in the past in the US with a series of ETFs, tradable on the New York Stock Exchange. We plan to replicate some of those strategies in my new company and also with some UCITS funds that will be globally distributed outside of the US, in Europe, South America, Caribbean, and Asia.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mishka McLeod-Hines, Vice President of Capital Markets at Sagicor Investments. At Sagicor Investments, Sagicor Investments is the investment banking arm of Sagicor Group. So at Sagicor Investments, our main products and services include wealth management, treasury and trading, asset management, capital markets, or investment banking, and of course, research and strategy. Sagicor Investments is a part of the wider Sagicor Group of Jamaica. We are a large financial conglomerate where we offer a number of different products and services. Our products and services at Sagicor Group includes mainly health and life insurance, which is offered through Sagicor Life Jamaica. It also includes general insurance, which is offered through Advantage General Insurance, Cambio and remittance services offered through Alliance Financial Services Limited, and as well rounding out is commercial banking offered through Sagicor Bank.
Thank you. Kareem, tell us a bit about your role and what you do at GK, but also let's move straight into my first question, your understanding of generational wealth. We have heard the topic a lot, but give me your perspective as you continue.
All right, thank you, Norman. Morning, everybody. I'm Kareem Tomlinson, the Managing Director of GK Capital Management Limited. GK Capital is the investment advisor and brokerage arm of the Grace Kennedy Group. So to the question, Norman, around, what is generational wealth? So when I hear the term generational wealth, what it says to me, you speaking about the efficient transfer of assets from one generation to the next. So it could pertain to financial assets, hard assets, or real assets. It also pertains to, for me, soft assets. So we're talking about things such as the values and teachings that you also pass on to the next generation, which I believe is a super important part of generational wealth. So I think that's a part of it that we don't speak about so much, because it's one thing to be able to pass on the assets, but the generation that's to come, they will also need to ensure that they have the wherewithal to manage such assets.
Thanks, Kareem. Some good points there. Therese, you want to add your perspective?
No, I think it's the same as Kareem. The truth of the matter is generational wealth is something that we want to create, and we want to be able to pass it down to future generations, right? Not just the second generation, not just the third generation. Research has shown that, and if it is that you are wealthy now, and you're not prudent, you're not consistent, you're not teaching the right values, as Kareem would have mentioned, that's 70% of rich families now, or wealthy families now, they don't pass it on past the second generation, right? So if it is that you're wealthy now, and if it is that you are not consistent in passing down the right teachings, making sure that you teach your family members, you teach persons who work within your entities prudence and financial literacy, it is possible that wealth will not pass on past the second generation. And in fact, 90% of businesses in the US, they are not able to pass on generational wealth to the third generation, right? So we have to learn from the mistakes that would have been made in the past. So we have to learn to create that generational wealth and keep it. We have to make sure that we're practicing the right values, we're teaching our children the right values. It doesn't matter, you can start as small as possible. If you give your children lunch money, encourage them to save a little bit of it, right? Start saving and then investing. And those are the little things, and you can start anywhere, no matter where it is you are in the socio-demographic. You can start anywhere, and that's what it is that we're here today, to teach you and to encourage you to start building your own generational wealth.
Thanks, Therese. We'll delve a little more in the family structure. But for now, Kim or John, tell me, why do you believe generational wealth can be had from the capital markets? What's your perspective on that?
Well, I think that the capital markets are the primary way that the vast majority of people are going to access the kinds of strategies that are going to build wealth over the long term. If you're a young person, compounding is clearly the most important aspect of your portfolio. You need to compound every year. You need to stop taking money out of the account every year for expenses or other things. So there is a value to having a percentage of your savings held in an area where you can reinvest constantly. That compounding effect over a long period of time is very, very strong. The younger you are, the stronger it is. The other thing that I would say is that the traditional wealth building strategies in the capital markets have generally been split between an equity component and a fixed income component. Most advisors tell you a 60-40 split between equities and bonds is sort of a realistic strategy for the long term, but that's not been true for the last several years, at least in the US capital markets. If you look at the S&P 500, for example, over the last couple of years, if you subtract the Magnificent Seven stocks, NVIDIA, Tesla, Amazon, and a couple of other tech names, the stock market has only returned 4 or 5% for the vast majority of people who are not invested in those 7 stocks. So there is a financial literacy component that needs to be brought to bear. It's not enough to have a blind approach to the capital markets. There is an education component, as you said, which is extremely important, and the way to do that is to start reading about what's going on in the market so that you can make valued assessments about your portfolio.
Thanks, John. You mentioned financial education. Let me just put it back to you. How important is it in ensuring that family members are so informed about how to build wealth, to understand the money management business and the investment business? How important is that in ensuring that when the time comes to have that discussion about wealth and actually the transfer of wealth, that there is actually some synergies?
I think it's extremely important to have a basic knowledge. I don't think everyone needs to become an expert. You don't need to spend your whole life learning this. This is a profession for many people, but for most people who are just seeking to build their portfolios, they're not going to have the time or the incentive to necessarily become an expert. I think what's more important is to gain a basic knowledge of financial literacy such that you can approach the markets with some confidence and make some decisions for yourself.
Sounds good. Thank you. Michelle, we know poor decisions can, wipe out your wealth and actually push you back, on the investment to the pool. But tell us, your thoughts around how would someone manage, the decision-making process, and what suggestions would you make to them if they're not as au fait in investing? Who should they talk to? How should they go about doing it?
Okay, so I think thus far we would have understood how important generational wealth is. But it doesn't just start naturally. You do have to start from somewhere. Everybody's investment journey starts from the very beginning. As my panelist said, you really don't need to know everything at the beginning. So my suggestion would be to talk to a financial advisor. You go and you sit down, you have a discussion with the financial advisor. The financial advisor speaks about, what your risk is, what your risk tolerance is. Are you aggressive? Are you moderate? Are you conservative? They will then find out what your needs and objectives are. So, we're not just, investing to create wealth. So, sometimes there may be opportunities that we want to do, and the investment advisor needs to find out what that is. So they do a lot of deep dive in terms of understanding what your needs are, what your risk tolerance is. After they would have done that and got a very good understanding of what your objectives are, they will then craft a portfolio that suits you. And that portfolio may be a mix of different types of debt instruments or different types of, equity. The mix that you get will really depend on your risk tolerance. You may have, as you said, if it is that you're younger, there's, compounding interest that you can benefit from. So your portfolio may be more heavily weighted towards equities and stocks, versus if it is that you are a little bit older, it may be more weighted towards bonds or safer instruments. So really the first thing to do is to have a sit down and talk to an investment advisor. Another thing that's important is consistency. So you really need to be consistent in terms of what you're doing. You need to have a budget. Lots of us don't budget, we kind of just spend, but investing or pulling money out of our salary is really supposed to be the first thing that we do. We need to be consistent in terms of what we do. So first speak to an advisor, then we have to be consistent. Another thing that we need to do is to just follow the market trends. So a lot of us may invest, we may jump in and out of some investments because the market is not flat. There are ups and there's downs. It's really not wise to do that. So you really do need to, while you have to rebalance your portfolio, it's just not wise to be jumping in and out. So you do need to be consistent and know what your goals are. The last thing that I would mention is it's not good to be overspending. So sometimes we may see something that we want and we may purchase it impulsively. It's not something that we should be doing. So it's talk to an investment advisor, be consistent, and then you'll see those steady returns that usually result in generational wealth.
Thank you, Michelle. Kareem, normally persons will be thinking about planning for retirement, putting something down. So when those golden years pop up, they can deal with it. Are you seeing persons, taking an evolutionary trend from just not just looking at retirement, but actually looking at building wealth, and not just wealth, but wealth that they can pass on to generations? Are you seeing that trend? And as you answer, just tell me what demographics are you seeing being more interested in this aspect?
Sure. So Norman, I think, yes, I'm seeing that trend, but I would say I don't think we're seeing it enough. A lot of the younger generation that we're seeing now, they think very near term, so I believe there's still work for us to do as a brokerage community, as advisors, to be able to instill a much more long-term strategic investment horizon viewpoint across some of these younger persons. And so I think there's still ways to go, right? So one of the things that the panelists touched on as well was, it came out, education. That has to be a big part of it, and it's coming right across, So, and education education has to be specific to the assets you inherit as well. So, if you're inheriting financial assets, then again, you don't need to be an expert, but you need to have a basic understanding. So you need to equip yourself with information about understanding how the assets that you've inherited, generate value, how they create wealth. What we also see is that a lot of the biggest asset that some generations inherit is the family business, right? Education in that form is a lot different, right? So the generation that's passing on the wealth has a responsibility of getting the younger generation involved at an early age. One of the things we see here, and I'm sure it's the same right across the planet, we see a number of businesses where the family businesses, good strong businesses built up over many, many years, and the generation that would be want passed on zero interest. Zero interest. So I believe that's something that we need to kind of work on as well, because the alternatives that they're choosing really aren't as attractive as taking the foundation that would have been built from your parents and being able to help to grow it and hopefully pass it on to their kids.
Thanks. Therese, just picking up on where Kareem ended, how important do you believe it is to pass on that knowledge and the history, along with the inheritance, not just handing over, but ensuring that those who are going to receive it have an understanding and a comfort level as to what it took to have reached where that investor is?
So I think that passing on the knowledge is just as important or more important than the actual wealth itself, right? So if it is that you have wealth and you don't know what to do with it, then at the end of the day, you're not going to be in a position to grow that wealth. So, we think it's very important that we start to have open conversations as early as possible with our family members, with our children, with our brothers and sisters. And the thing is that in Jamaica, we are very cagey about our finances. We're very cagey, we don't like to talk about it, but I think that is a culture shift that is well needed in our society to be a little bit more open. That is one of the ways that we're going to be able to create that generational wealth, right? It's very important that we continue to have those conversations because, as I said before, imagine my parents would have, let's say my parents are wealthy. 70% of people who are wealthy right now, it will not pass the second generation. So for me, if I'm not well educated, if I don't know what is happening, if I'm not financially literate, I'm not going to understand how it is to either run the business or how it is that I'm going to be investing the stocks, the bonds, the managed funds that I have in my portfolio, right? So it's very important that we have those open dialogue from your child that starts to get money. It is very important that we have those conversations with our children, no matter how small they are. From they start doing any type of addition, any type of multiplication, subtraction, start having the conversations with money. And we know that children love money, right? So I think it's very important that, we pass that on. It's very important for them to understand. It's very important for us as a brokerage community to continue the financial literacy. I think we need to be doing a lot more than we're doing now. And at Marita, I think what it is that we try to do as very best as possible is to try to keep it simple so that everybody, no matter where it is that you are in terms of your educational background, you understand and you can get a good grasp of money.
Thanks, Teresa. I'm going to keep with that line a bit. And John, tell me, I know timing is important in having those conversations. Tell me the pros and cons there might be in kind of disclosing your wealth. Whether or not, you'll have a different, well, yes, you'll have a different type of conversation with the younger ones versus those who are much older, but there can be some concerns there. So walk us through some pros, some cons with having those discussions.
I mean, anyone who's watched Succession knows that it's really hard to have these conversations. Once you get to a certain level of wealth, yes, right, it is extremely difficult to communicate, even with your own children, your own family. The wealth in and of itself creates an effect, right, where people are looking to advantage themselves, maybe position themselves with regards to the benefits of the wealth. We have dealt with many ultra-high net worth clients who sometimes sell a company, they've been entrepreneurs, they work very hard, taking out second mortgages against their businesses, and suddenly the business sells, they have a lot of wealth. And sharing that with children effectively and family members effectively is a challenge. It's actually a full-time job. You need to discuss, you need to educate, and you need to form the right legal structures, financial structures to make sure that the wealth is distributed properly and has the kind of protections in it that don't allow someone to run off and buy a Ferrari and forget about the long-term effect, right, of these decisions. So it is a very complex situation, too complex perhaps to cover here, but it is one of those decision-making processes that requires a lot of thought.
Thanks. All right, so for those who are starting out and investing, I'm going to jump back to each of your companies. Just give us some ideas of some products and services, some products that you're seeing in the market right now at your company or elsewhere that the starting investor would want to get on with. And for those who are already seasoned investors, some trends that you're seeing that they might want to take a look at. All right, I'm going to start.
Sure, thank you, Norman. So I think for the investor who is just starting out, I really like mutual funds as an entry point into investing. What the mutual funds are, it's a pooled investment vehicle. So you have a number of different investors who pools money together, and then it's professionally managed by the investment manager. So we at GK Capital, we've launched our mutual funds just over a year and a half now, and we have 3 funds that are performing pretty well. 2 of the 3 have been in the recent past very top performers within their respective class. And continue to perform well. And why I like it as well is because it's easy to have a conversation around the same compounding effect we've been mentioning. So there's a young man that I know who's recently just started out working, I was able to sit down with him, show him through our mutual funds how is it he's able to save towards his goals. You know, so we talk about compounding and we think we know it, but we really don't know it, right? So when you see the effect, it's quite profound. So you know, we're actually exercising with this young man I'm telling you about. If you save $10,000 every month, invest it in our mutual fund, and we're looking at the growth and income at the time. If you put that $10,000 on a match for 10 years, it grows to $1.2 million. If you invest it in one of the safer funds that we have, it actually grew to $1.8 million. So just the power of compounding alone was able to amplify your investment by 50%, right? And I think that is a powerful example that we have to kind of continue to show to the younger persons to ensure that they have that longer term view.
Thanks very much, Karina.
Well, at Sagicor Investments, we encourage you to speak to an advisor if it is that you're just starting. The conversation starts with the advisor. The advisor will tell you certain things. They will ask you certain things, as I mentioned before, but you can also complement what the advisor has told you with your own reading. There's a lot of information on the internet. You know, you're able to research any asset class you want. But at Sagicor Investments, we, depending on what your investment horizon is and depending on what your risk tolerance is, then we will determine what those are and then give you suggestions in terms of a portfolio. As Kareem would have mentioned, we do have unit trusts as well, and that is usually for the investor that's a little bit more passive, that's not very active, and they would like somebody to manage their funds. We do have 18 different funds. They are diversified funds, debt funds, equity funds, as well as real estate. It really depends on what you're interested in and what your asset class you would like to invest in. Each asset class will have its own different return depending on what's happening in that particular sector. Separate and apart from that, though, there are other opportunities. If it is that you're more aggressive, we will heavily weight your portfolio towards stocks. The junior market of the Jamaica Stock Exchange has, significantly performed over the last couple of years, and that's one way within which you can start your investment journey. Even if you don't get into an IPO, there is always opportunity because of how liquid our market is to purchase certain stocks. So we do have research that guides the investment advice that we give, and that's also free and accessible to our investors. And then the last thing that I will mention is bonds. If it is that you want consistent cash flow revenue stream, that's also something that's a little bit more safer that you can invest in. So pretty much it really depends on what your investment horizon is and what your risk tolerance is, but we will craft a portfolio that suits your needs.
Thank you. John?
I think we're very fortunate right now that not only are the traditional asset classes like equities and bonds accessible to many investors in the market, but also things that were not so accessible before, hard assets, venture capital funds, things that are a little bit outside of the mainstream. And a lot of these are available in ETF format, which are relatively low-cost vehicles that allow access to various asset classes and strategies that were not available before. So I think if you're willing to do a little research along with a financial advisor and with some traditional investments, right, in your core, you also have the ability to add some alpha to your portfolio by investing in some of these other strategies.
Thanks.
And Barista Investments Limited. So in addition to stocks, in addition to bonds and mutual funds, we do have a significant amount of mutual funds, managed funds. We have our real estate portfolio, our foreign exchange portfolio, our income portfolio, and several others. And all of these portfolios are performing very well at the moment, right? In addition to that, I want to also mention that on the business side of things, so we talk about creating and growing generational wealth. There are various avenues that you can use. You can also use real estate. So we have the real estate funds for those who may not be in a position to go out there and buy real estate outright. There's real estate, there are businesses. You may be an entrepreneur, and one of the key ways, and research has shown this as well, that generational wealth is formed is either through 55% through entrepreneurship, 20% through persons who work, and about 21% from people who already have wealth. So from a business perspective, on the investment banking side, what we do, we raise capital and provide strategic advice to those businesses who want to, let's say, for example, you are a private entity, and you may not necessarily have proper succession planning in place, and you may already have a management team, and I'm talking about from the family side of things, right? You may have manage a management team who would have worked with you, and you may want, to give them an opportunity to earn a piece or, purchase a piece of that entity. We provide advice, and you can either decide to either keep that company private, or you can decide to list that company, right? That can be a part of your overall exit strategy in the first instance. You may not necessarily want to exit fully, but you may want to be able to get quoted shares, right? And it is always easier to value and sell. It's always more liquid, and that's how it is that we can actually use the capital markets for businesses, for them, to transition and grow generational wealth for themselves. So on the investment banking side, we arrange funding for clients. We do IPOs, we do APOs, we do preference shares, anything along the capital structure, anything as it relates to equity financing, anything at all private, public, and on the debt side, private and public again. If it is that you want to maintain a certain, or you don't want to dilute your equity in the company, you can always do bonds and any other type of debt instrument. So we offer a myriad of services that will really and truly help you and your businesses to grow your generational wealth.
Thank you, Therese. I just want to invite the audience, to indicate at the mics that are placed there. If there are any questions, you can just queue up, and we'll be taking a few of them in a few minutes. All right, so I know, having built up your wealth, and you like what you've done. Tell me, and Therese, I'm going to stay with you a bit. Tell me your view on whether or not being a bit more philanthropic is also of importance, and whether or not that's something you would certainly want to pass on to the family members, as you have those discussions about transition of wealth and building your legacy.
Yeah, so I'm so happy that you raised that point, because at the end of the day, you cannot grow by yourself, right? It is very important that everybody takes into consideration the society in which they operate, and there's no better way than to give back. And I think a lot of the large entities out there, locally, regionally, and internationally, they create foundations, or they have set aside a certain aspect of their wealth to give back, to help to build the communities that help to build them, right? It does a lot from the perspective that you're really ensuring that you are giving back and creating a whole person, a whole family. You're not just focusing on yourself and you being wealthy, but you're focusing on how it is that you can help others in your society to be wealthy. So we do have foundations. I believe everybody here on the panel may have a foundation or may have a separate business that focuses on giving back. And in order for you to be wealthy, you can't do it on your own. No man is an island. And therefore, it's very important that you take into consideration the society and ensure that you support them in order for them to grow their wealth.
Thank you. Gary, you want to add your perspective to that as well?
Sure. So to Norman, I think that question speaks to the heart of the point that I raised before around the values and the teachings that you pass on. So I believe it's important to start to share those type of values with your children from a very early age. Exposing them to, if you're fortunate enough to have wealth and be able to live comfortably, then I think you also have a duty to expose your children to how other persons are living as well that may not be in as fortunate a position as you. And it really comes down to the old adage that you want to treat your brother like you want to treat you as well. So these are just qualities that I believe we need to ingrain in our children from very early. And exposure, I believe, is the best way for us to go about that.
Thanks. John, you operate in different markets. Tell us, what are you seeing? A person is keen on philanthropy and passing on that knowledge.
Yes, absolutely. And the wealthier you are, the bigger initiative it is for you, right? Because you have to actually make real decisions about where you're going to spend the bulk of your time and energy, right? So usually it's a cause that is dear to the person's heart, the family's heart. And in order to get to a point where you have a significant effect in that particular area, You need to do what you did in your business. You need to make networking. You need to meet the right people who are doing the things that you want to accomplish in that philanthropic field. Potentially, you need to organize them better, right? And cancer research, for example, is a really good example of that. There have been examples of philanthropists going out and affecting the worldwide growth of cancer research in a certain area, because they're actually able to organize the right medical resources and the right knowledge around a particular area of cancer. So you can have a massive effect if you have a plan. And like anything else, most people who have built generational wealth are planners. They're not there because of a mistake, right? They have planned their businesses. They've done a lot of things right, and they want to continue that tradition in philanthropy. Many of them do, but it takes planning and foresight.
Thanks. John, that's a very good point that you raised at the end. And whilst we're quite familiar with the organization's executive plans, I'm going to throw it out to you and probably two more members of the panel. How important is it for not just thinking about the wealth and what will happen afterwards, but actually seriously putting a plan in place? You know, it could be short, medium, or long term, but truly what you want to see in your financial, in your investing or horizon, as not just you as an investor, but for you and your family. So give me some thoughts around that as to how important you think that is.
It depends on whether you want to keep it or you want to squander it.
Indeed.
If you're going to squander it, you can wing it. You know, you can show up and say, okay, I made money in the stock market today, and where can I spend it, right? The whole point of a generational type of wealth, right, is that you have planned. And the result of the planning is that you're able to sort of continue on this trajectory of having wealth, continuing to grow it even after you have reached a certain point of comfort, right? And then again, as we've been talking about on this panel, the education, the philanthropy, those are all planned activities. Those aren't random and they're not off the cuff.
Thank you. Teresa, can I add something?
So definitely, I think planning is very important. It goes hand in hand with having those conversations from a very early age. I think it's very important. So like businesses, every year or every quarter, we do updates to our strategic plan, right? And that is something that is a goal that we would have set and try to achieve all of the goals that we would have set out. It is no different in your own personal life. I think and I said, we need to be more open, we need to be talking to our spouses and our children so that we all understand our own personal financial goals that we have for ourselves. And I think it's very important that as a family, as a unit, you do have these conversations, you do have your own family strategic plans. You set out, to say that, okay, this is the amount of, savings or investments I want to accumulate during the year. These are, and we're not saying that you're going to not enjoy life, right? Because you have to enjoy life. So we're saying that because you're working, right? So I think it's important that, you put together a plan. If it is that, your goal is to travel, if it is that, your goal is to further your education, if it is that, you need to get insurance, things like that, and, you also want to accumulate wealth. It is very important that as a family unit, whatever it is, your brothers, your sisters, anybody who it is that, you have a good relationship and who you trust, you come together and you say, all right, this is our strategic plan for the month, for the year, and you build it out and you assess yourself. Mishka spoke about the budgeting, right? You assess yourself to say, okay, this is the actual, this is the budget. What are some of the things that I can do in the future to ensure that I achieve my overall strategic plan that I would have set for myself? So I think it's very important, and it goes hand in hand with having those conversations and being very consistent and deliberate about creating wealth.
Great, some good knowledge there for some families. Hoping that we have some questions from the audience. Good. Just identify yourself and proceed. We'll start in the middle right here.
Thank you very much, Norman. Mina Israel, and I guess I represent a very small percentage of those who are not accumulating, but really in the stage of life and we want to pass it on. So my question is to you, John. In your company, what innovative, creative products do you have that could benefit us, we Caribbean people, institutional as well as retail clients? Anything new and exciting in your portfolio or that you're looking at?
Thanks, Mina. We specialize, my firm specializes in complex credit investments. So we do not advocate standard allocations to regular way bonds. And in our environment, especially where the markets are today, with the advent of a new administration in the US, et cetera, we expect volatility to go up quite a bit in the markets. It is quite benign now, absurdly benign. If you look at all the metrics in the markets, the level of complacency is quite high. So I would say that the standard approaches to capital markets, in our opinion, will not always work in the future. There will be some ways to hedge against rates in credit investments. There will be other ways to add alpha in fixed income as opposed to equities, which has traditionally been the purview of alpha generation. So I do think that there's going to be some new strategies needed, and luckily, as I was saying before, a lot of these strategies are actually being brought to the individual investor, whereas a few years ago they were not available. A good example is like some floating rate bonds that are created by, backed by corporate loans. These are bonds that were never before available to investors, but they're quite good relative to corporates in terms of their spread, their credit spread versus their safety. These are the types of assets that individual investors are now going to have access to in the future. And I think that's going to be very important to be able to maintain a footing in your portfolio versus what I think is going to be a pretty volatile year, maybe volatile 2 or 3 years.
Thank you, John. We have just about 6 minutes, so I'm going to take about 3 more questions. To my right here.
Yes, morning.
Morning. Can hardly hear you.
Are you able to hear me?
Very good. All right, let's start with that mic to be right here on the right.
Just following up on Ms. Mina's question, and this is so any broker can take it, right? Do any of the brokers have any specific products or services that allow for you to act as a trustee with specific regards to inheritance transfer? I just want to give you an example, right? Say I'm an investor, and hypothetically speaking, I've accumulated 100 million over my life, and I'm an investor with GK Capital, for example. I have a 4-year-old son, and I hear you in public education, that's important. You want to start them at an early age. God forbid something should happen to me, right? Do any of the brokers have it within their capacity to act as a trustee in that regard, that my 100 million that I have invested with either one of you can be efficiently held, invested, and then transferred at a certain point, say at the age of 18 or whatever that age of consent is? Do any of you have any kind of product or services agreement like that?
Thanks for that question.
So that would be one of the specific products that would help us, yes?
All right, so thanks for the question. So right now we don't provide that type of trust service. What we do have partners who can are able to provide that type of service. So that's typically how we would be able to relate that to our clients.
Partners like who?
So there are partners that are not necessarily domiciled here in Jamaica that provide those type of trust services for estate planning purposes that we utilize in such an instance. So I'm hearing from over here that the JCSD is probably, JCSD trustee services would provide that type of service as well.
All right,
Thanks for
morning
that,
again.
Gary. Go ahead.
All right, so 2 quick questions. Firstly, speaking about what are your approaches to your biggest competitor right now, which is social media? Because when the younger persons go on social media, they're seeing persons saying oh, I did this and make $1 million a year. How do you convince this person to say that, okay, this is really not the way to go? How do you not convince them to say, okay, you are having to invest small amount of it, that $1 million 10 years? The other question is, what are your view now with the new, not so new president pushing cryptocurrency, going back into the cryptocurrency?
Thank you. John, I think there's another question. Were you clear on the question about crypto? Okay.
I do not advocate crypto as a long-term investment necessarily. I think it's in the category of an investment where if you have some excess dollars to maybe bet on something venture-y, that could be a place that goes. But crypto as an asset class, if you think about it, is just a sale price asset class, meaning it's not unlike gold. It's dependent on someone buying it from you at a higher price over time. And there's no fundamental underlying value in crypto itself. The relative value to, for example, the dollar, the Jamaican dollar is entirely structural. So I would say that although you can obviously become wealthy in any sort of bubble or asset class that might become very faddish in a short amount of time, for creating long-term real wealth, generational wealth, I think you need to stick to the more traditional asset classes, real estate, hard assets, stocks and bonds, because those assets actually represent underlying value which is real. And I don't think you see a ton of billionaires taking part of their fortune and devoting it to Bitcoin. It's just not happening, and that's because they're quite smart.
All right, I think the first part of the question, Teresa, you want to tackle that?
Okay, sure. And I wanted to go back to the next question. So I think it's very important that, despite, social media and people being on social media, talking about investment, it's very important to get, proper professional advice, right? Proper financial management. And that's where it is that all the brokers come into play. It's very important that, yes, you may have an opportunity and you may make, a significant amount of money in a short time, but we have to stress the importance of, generational wealth. It is something that is long-term, right? So we spoke about investing in real estate businesses, investing in education, getting life insurance and things like that. It is a long-term strategy. So yes, you may have, a quick flip here and there, but that is not sustainable. It is something that, at the end of the day, you are going to need proper advice from your financial advisors who will guide you, who will determine, what portion of your portfolio you would place in risky assets, what you place in moderate and or conservative, right? So it's very important that you have that dialogue. Talk to people, talk to the financial advisors, talk to the experts who can guide you along your financial journey.
Thank you, Teresa.
And I wanted to just add something, and I think it's very important, especially from the local perspective. So we have been, we were the top stock exchange in 2018, and we would have seen a number of IPOs and APOs throughout the time, right? And this creates a lot of investment opportunities for everybody. I think, we would have spoken about AI and the use of AI, and I think that AI can be used in the capital markets in various ways, right? I think that, and this is something coming from Goldman Sachs. So the Goldman Sachs CEO, David Solomon, presented at the Cisco AI Summit a couple of days ago, January 17th. And what he indicated, and this is something that I believe that we can implement locally, is that 95% of the work that is typically done to bring a company public, that is the prospectus, can be done using AI, right? It can be done using automation. So what does that mean for us as an investment banking community? What does it mean for us as a capital markets? It means that this creates an opportunity for us to move away from doing a lot of the mundane work. It typically takes us 6 weeks to complete a prospectus, right? And and sometimes more than that. And I think that what that does, it frees us up to be able to do more offerings, right? So if it is that once it is that we can get very comfortable in terms of utilizing AI in some of our processes, you're going to see, a lot more offerings coming to the market. It's going to free us up in terms of making us focus on productivity, making us focus on ensuring that at the end of the day, we're focusing on that 5%. Because the truth of the matter is that if 95% of the work of a prospectus can be done using AI, then that means that that is a commodity, right? That is homogeneous across the board. And therefore, the value that we bring, the capital markets brings to the table is just 5%. So we need to focus on ensuring that we're working with our clients and providing them with the right strategic advice and helping them to grow their businesses. So we're hoping that, in the future, we don't know when, right? This is something that we can definitely implement into our processes. And therefore, so instead of seeing 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 IPOs down there, you're going to be seeing a lot more opportunities for you to invest in through the capital markets.
Thank you, Therese. I think we have.
Yes. Hello. Yes, it's working. Hello. I'm Shelly-Ann, and I'm interested in finding out what advice does the panel have for persons who do not have a generation to pass on any wealth to. I'm talking about the child-free people. So, we are acquiring wealth, we are running our businesses, we're doing what we do, we're living life, and then we have all of this investment that we took your advice and made all this money. What advice do you have for them, for us, who don't have any children or generation to pass the wealth on to?
So that's where the philanthropy comes into place. Give back to the community, right?
We also have foundations. Herflow Foundation, Herflow Google. We also have foundations.
Yes.
So I'm glad you brought that up because how do we set up the foundation to continue after we have something?
So our booth is right there, so you can come across and have a discussion with us.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much. Thank you, my members of the panel. That's been a very good discussion, and I'm certain we all learned something. I want to wrap up with one quote that I hope you will understand. It is attributed to Warren Buffett. So it goes like this: opportunities come in frequently. When it rains gold, put out the bucket, not the tip. Thank you, everybody. A round of applause for this.
Next on the agenda is transport, agriculture, advanced technology.
Good job, guys. Thank you very much. Excellent session. Thank you to the moderator, Norman. Okay, our next session will be led by Ms. Althea Waters, Group Admin Manager at JMMB Group. And I want you to pay very close attention to these next presentations because there will be prizes given to those or the person who answers the question that will be asked based on the two ministers' presentations or interactions. So pay attention. Althea.
Good morning. I think we're still at morning, right? So, good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to our next panel discussion. I am Althea Waters and our topic for this discussion is going to be transforming agriculture with advanced technology through the market. And we have two expert panelists today and I want to invite them to join me on stage. It is Honorable Samuel Duggins. He's here from St. Kitts and Nevis. He is the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Marine Resources, Entrepreneurship, Cooperatives, and Creative. Please make him welcome. And joining him is our own Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Mining, Honorable Floyd Green. right, thank you very much. So today our experts will be bringing us into conversations about trends in the technology space as it relates to agriculture. We're going to be talking about innovation, best practices, and the advancements in this area. But before we go to the panel part of the discussion, both ministers will be sharing with us brief presentations on the topic. And first, I'm going to invite Honorable Minister Duggins to join us. He's going to share with us, and then followed by Minister Green. Please make them welcome.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm here. Yes, thank you. And I want to say a pleasant morning. It is still, I hope. Now it looks like we're just falling into the afternoon. And so I want to greet you guys here in the name of advancement and in the name of capital markets and agriculture. Today, I flew here on Monday from St. Kitts. And I also want to bring greetings from Sweet Sugar City to all of you here in Jamaica, as we say back home, in Jamaica. But, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, guests all, I want to tell you that it is indeed an honor for me. Because as I stand here today, I stand to greet you at a pivotal point as it relates to both the capital markets and agriculture. Now, these two sectors, we may say that they are distinctly different. However, if we really put it together, we recognize that there is a shared destiny in terms of each sector. When we really look at it, both sectors serve as lifelines for humanity. Agriculture is nourishing the bodies of our people. Capital markets fueling economic innovation. And yet, as we sit and stand here, both of these sectors are facing pressing challenges. Challenges that demand bold action, challenges that demand innovative policies, challenges that demand a future-focused vision. And today, briefly, I wish to outline a few transformative avenues and footpaths, each rooted in the principle that by leveraging advanced technologies, sustainable practices, and a visionary investment strategy, we can revolutionize these sectors and shape a future that has shared prosperity for all of our people. We can indeed create generational wealth. And the first part that I want to talk about is that intersection between the markets and growth. You see, it's said that capital is the lifeblood of innovation, and innovation is a seed of progress. My friends, the influence of the capital markets on economic growth hinges predominantly on the liquidity of these markets, right? Including the size. But despite the overwhelming evidence of the power of these capital markets to inform, fund, and govern, still we find that participation remains alarmingly lower than desired. Why is this? The answer lies, I believe, in perception and access. Too often, and too many of our people view these markets as arenas for the privileged few, rather than seeing them as dynamic engines of sheer prosperity. Imagine if we expanded participation, empowering small farmers, agri-tech investors, and rural entrepreneurs to tap into capital markets. because it's by democratizing access and boosting liquidity, we could transform these markets into inclusive platforms that fuel sustainable growth. I want to take this time to commend the Jamaica Stock Exchange, because I believe these initiatives, like this conference, have been a successful step. And we see that this conference has inspired other gatherings like it. Trinidad has inspired gatherings in Guyana. I also believe that a junior market is another step in the right direction, fostering growth and innovation. But the true measure of that success will lie in ensuring that these efforts go well beyond the rules of these gatherings, impacting the lives of yam farmers up in Trelawney, impacting the lives of farmers in St. Elizabeth, impacting the lives of farmers in Old Road St. Kitts, and impacting the lives of farming families down in Berbice and Guyana. We must ensure that these initiatives create meaningful change exactly where it matters most. In those families that feel like they don't have room to participate in the capital markets. That is important. But allow me briefly to go on to another part that I want to talk about, which is popular these days, talking about the climate crisis and agri-tech innovation. It is our obligation to focus on sustainability. It's not just an option. And as climate change intensifies, my friends, agriculture sits at the crossroads of peril and possibility. You see, this sector accounts for 2/3 of global emissions, yes. However, this sector holds the key to a sustainable future, undoubtedly. You see, food and agricultural companies are under pressure these days to adopt cleaner, more efficient practices. And this, my friends, is the area where agri-tech shines as a beacon of hope. You see, wherever there is a challenge, there is an opportunity that lies await. And in our country, we launched a program recently which we call our Drought Resilience Irrigation Project. And we affectionately call it DRIP. And this project equipped over 700 farmers with irrigation equipment and training techniques. And for us, it's not just a mere means of solving water scarcity. What it is, in our vision, is a bold step towards a future of precision agriculture. Because we believe by enhancing the ability to determine what is needed, when it is needed, and in the right amounts that it is needed, projects like our DRIP program will revolutionize resource management, making sure that we handle agriculture with pinpoint accuracy. And with the inclusion of AI, the future of this is limitless. And as I go on, I want to touch as well on another area, and that is overcoming challenges as we drive long-term growth. As I sat there in the audience today, I recognized the conversation about generational wealth. And I love that, because too often we as a people have sat back and have thought too short term. We have thought about next week, next month, and sometimes not even next year. And I'm happy now we're thinking generations down the line. And again, I commend the folks at the JSE, because I believe it is endeavors like this that have been driving that kind of vision. And we need to keep our people in that line. But let me say a short story about innovation. I read an article yesterday which surprised me, where my good friend, Mr. Green, spoke on blockchain advancement in agriculture. And it surprised me because we have in St. Kitts and Nevis, through our Cannabis Commission, been developing the same idea. Recognizing that the difficulties that we face in instituting a proper industry would be around the banking system, would be around traceability, would be around ensuring the quality of our product for export. Recognizing now that the legislations internationally are changing rapidly, certainly not in our favor, we have to recognize that we need to adapt and change and embrace these technologies. Now I know these technologies serve to change the way capital markets operate, but let me say to you, the tide is coming and we all need to get on it right on the present before it crashes. And so, to all of you here, let us look to the future. Let us remain vigilant in terms of what is emerging as trends, because it is also said that the future depends on what we do in the present. And right now, if we don't embrace what is happening, we stand to be left behind. Just before I wrap up, let me tell a quick story on some other advancements we are doing in St. Kitts and Nevis. We recognize, and I don't know if it's the same here, in St. Kitts and Nevis, Saturday morning was our market time. Folks would wake up early, go to the market, the public market, get their fruits and vegetables, get ready for the week. That has slowly been changing in St. Kitts and Nevis. Recognizing that, we instituted what we believe is a forward-thinking approach, where we put our public market on a digital delivery platform. And so now, you can stay in the comfort of your home or office with a few taps on our app. Order your tomatoes, order your yams, order your avocados or your oranges or your lemons. And maybe in the middle of cooking, and you recognize that you're out of that, it can be on its way to your home before your pot is finished. This is the type of innovation that we're talking about. This is what we want to see as the advancement of agriculture. But at the end of the day, it does not work independently. It must be driven by finance. And that is where these capital markets come into play. So let us ensure that our small-scale farmers have full access to these markets. We recognize the culture may be different. They may not be as financially savvy, but that is where grace comes in. And when I say grace, not just Grace Kennedy, but grace in understanding and allowing for rules to be altered somewhat so that they can feel comfortable. And I believe the moderator has a few questions that she would like to ask, but I will yield to give way to my good friend and fellow minister, Mr. Green, and I want to say again to you all, good morning.
All right, can we give Minister Dugginson a big round of applause? He is not only a colleague, a really good friend, and a critical partner when we sit around the table at CARICOM and we discuss how can we reduce our external food import bill by 25% by 2025. No, we are now in 2025. But unfortunately, Hurricane Beryl and some of the weather events that we had last year have laid a significant dent in that goal. But nonetheless, we are committed. And I can tell you that we often share ideas about how technology can lead that transformation and what we do need to do as a region, not just as individual islands, to transform agriculture. I know, and when I come to the Jamaica Stock Exchange and a conference of this nature, I do feel like we can solve all the problems in Jamaica. And I feel like the people who needed to solve all the problems in Jamaica are sitting right here in this room. We have the people, we have the opportunity, now is the time for progress. And that is the theme of your conference. And we all recognize that if Jamaica is to grow, as Jamaica pivots towards creative growth, the only answer is agriculture. There's no other way. Agriculture, fisheries, all right, I have to say mining as well, and mining. Those are our fundamental pillars for growth. And the truth is, no matter what we do, no matter how rich we get, no matter where we come from, we all have to eat. And the country that is able to feed itself is a country that will truly be able to be economic independent. And as such, we have to recognize that we have to put agriculture as a priority of our capital markets, of the capital that we have in the country that often shies away from agriculture. So, I will say maybe three things, and then I will allow for us to speak, because I'm sure you may have some questions, and I know the moderator has some questions. We have to transform agriculture through technology. The climate has changed. There's no question about that. I don't need to convince anybody about that. So how we do agriculture now has to be different than how we did it 10 years ago, 20 years ago. That means we have to continue to infuse modern technology in how we do agriculture. Additionally, there are significant challenges in agriculture now in relation to labor. And the only way to truly treat those labor challenges is through utilization of the technology. That's why at the Ministry of Agriculture, this is a priority. And I won't go into all the initiatives, but I'm sure we'll speak about some of them. But we've been talking about some of them since the start of the year. Fundamentally, research has to drive our agricultural sector. And for a long time as a government, as a people, we have not put money into agricultural research. There was a time that Jamaica was the best in the world in relation to tropical agricultural research. And a lot of us grew up hearing about TP Lecky and how we develop new breeds of cattle, but we have allowed that to wane. We've embarked on a program starting in this year, this financial year, where the government is putting $6 billion over the next 6 years in agricultural research. We want to build back borders for that center of excellence for the Caribbean and for the world in tropical research. We want to build our research stations into centers of excellence around specific things. So Hounslow, small ruminant, Montpelier, ginger, turmeric, the things that the world is clamoring for. Top Mountain, strawberries, over in Orange River or fruit trees. Again, but the research. So on the research is about how can we have planting material that is adapted to our new climate. So as such, we're developing a seed technology center to ensure that we have the germplasms that we need to drive the next generation of agriculture. So that's one area. We can speak more about that. The Prime Minister spoke about our investment this year, about $1 billion that we're putting into cold storage. Because unfortunately, like the rest of the Caribbean, we plant in seasons. And we go through gluts, where the prices are significantly depressed, and the farmers complain that they can't get the return on their investments. And then we go through shortage, where the price is significantly escalated, and the consumers complain that, boy, the price is too high. The way to treat that is to ensure that we extend the shelf life of our agricultural produce so that we can have it right through the year. So we're going to be doing some significant investments around Kirkvine, around Coleyville, again, different, because we have tried storage before, but energy costs have been the big challenge. So this time, all our storage, including those that we are retrofitting in Coleyville and new modular container-based storage, all of them will be run by renewable energy so that we can bring down the cost to store our agricultural produce. But I put this out because I still need to see a partner after after we put in this investment to work with us to operationalize these cold storages. Not necessarily that the government will run these cold storages, but they have to be run in a way that the farmers benefit. So that's number two. The third one, and it was mentioned, just to show you some of the things we're doing with technology, we have the best coffee in the world. Agreed? Yes. What's that coffee? Blue Mountain Coffee is the king of coffees. Because of that, all over the world, people try to pass off their coffee as Blue Mountain Coffee. In fact, years, especially about 5 years ago, if you were to go on Amazon and type in Blue Mountain Coffee, we see all sorts of coffee come up that don't have anything to do with Jamaica. Clearly, it affects the resources that should come to the country, but outside of that, it also causes people to be drinking far inferior coffee and thinking that that is Blue Mountain Coffee. What we're doing is that we're going to be using blockchain technology to input a QR code on every batch of Blue Mountain Coffee that leaves Jamaica, so that when you pick up a Blue Mountain Coffee anywhere in the world, you can test its authenticity by scanning that code and not only knowing that it's from Jamaica, but knowing that it's Mali in Street Forest who have a little nice little Blue Mountain Coffee farm 3,000 feet above sea level. We will tell the story of our farmers, because no matter what we talk about, there's no agriculture, there's no future if there's no farmers. So I look forward to your engagement, I look forward to us continuing, but more importantly, I look forward to the day when finally the capital that is in Jamaica, especially in our financial institutions, will choose agriculture. And we'll stop shying away from investing in models that are proven. Our capital, not our capital markets, but our capital across our financial services is much too risk averse. We can't pivot, we can't grow unless we're willing to take the risk. Bank on agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both ministers. You did a wonderful job, and I do believe that they need a better round of applause, because from the first presentation, I realized that you were holding back on the applause for Minister Duggins. So please go ahead when he talked about his drip and the things that he was implementing. And we are so happy to hear about the advancement of the work that is also being done in our very own country, Jamaica. So thank you again, Minister Green. A round of applause again. I'm going to stay here because I realized my mic wasn't working at the time. So just a few questions, and then we'll also leave some time for the audience to ask their questions. And both ministers, you shared that agriculture is the only way, it's the way for the future. And we talk about sustainable advancement. And I want to pose a question. I'll start with Minister Duggins so that Minister Green can catch his breath. How can the government, your own government, work with private sector partners to help to develop and deploy these technology to support sustainable advancement in the area of agriculture?
Yes, I do believe that from a government standpoint, our government should really be seen as facilitators, where we put policies in place and we support where there is the absence of strong business presence a lot of these areas. Now, the truth is, this should be private sector driven. Our private sector should be the one stepping up to the plate, because let's really face it, outside of the vulnerabilities of agriculture, when it comes to the profitability, it's unquestionable. And if we could drive a strong private sector presence in these areas, supported by government policy, supported by the government institution, and whichever way we can, we believe that the private sector and the business community can really lead on research, lead on the tech development, because the creative entities lie there. And if we could harness that and support it with the government properly, I believe we have magic that could yield fruits well into the future.
Great, excellent. Thank you so much. Minister Green, in the same area, just wanted to know if there has been any advancement in the discussions between private sector and the government as it relates to the area of technology and advancing in the agricultural area.
Yeah, thankfully, yes. Thankfully, yes, and I just want to join with Minister Duggins. I do believe that the government has to be the facilitator, but what we really need to see in agriculture right across the region is significant private sector-led investment. For a long time, we viewed agriculture as almost like a government-led activity, which it cannot. Agriculture is for profit, it's a business, right? And yes, people do it with a passion and love, but they have to make a profit to sustain themselves. So we are seeing some movement. We want to see more, but we are seeing some movement. In fact, this year, we have already seen the unveiling of the single largest ever investment in agriculture, a $15 billion Jamaican investment in a state-of-the-art poultry processing plant, which is the first of the kind in the Caribbean that uses air-chill technology and runs a full line in relation to processing of poultry. That's what we want to see. What the government will do is set the policy environment for those investments. And our policy environment is to ensure that we prioritize local production. And that's very, very important. So we're going to continue on that, but there are other areas. We are now building out new agri-parks, right? We're doing 2 new agri-parks that will come on stream this year in Amity Hall and in Parnassus, where the government has invested billions of dollars to the irrigation support. Once we do that infrastructure, we want the private sector to come in and invest. We're doing one in Essex Valley, 1,200 hectares of land, comes with storage, comes with processing. Again, we are putting in the infrastructure. What we want to see is the private sector to invest. So we want to see more big ticket investments in agriculture. And I'm happy the Consul General is here from New York. I know she works with a lot of connections. And part of what we want to do is to go out into the diaspora and say to some of our diaspora partners, invest in Jamaican agriculture.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Minister Duggins, you spoke about the DRIP project, and my face also lit up, right? And I saw the audience face also lit up. Tell us about how easy, sometimes we have difficulty in implementing programs. And so tell us if there were any challenges that we can learn from this if we were supposed to implement such a project in Jamaica as well.
Yes, indeed. Well, in our context, and allow me to contextualize the situation. St. Kitts and Nevis, we are a twin island state of 50,000 persons in total. And so as we speak about implementation, we have to contextualize that Jamaica is going to be quite different with a population of, I think, 3 million, yes. And so in our sense, our farming community is just around 1,000. And so we were able, from a government standpoint, to really incentivize our farmers, and we got over 700 farmers onto the program, where we donated these equipment to these farmers and really set them off for them to move forward. However, the challenges you spoke of, I am looking at is the idea of people not becoming complacent and entitled. So the line between assistance and complacency, I think, has to be clearly observed, because you want your farmers to be productive and not sitting back waiting just for profits. And I think that's one of the greatest challenges that we may have to face.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much. I don't know if you wanted to add to it, but I have a question.
You can ask. No, I just want to say, and just to highlight, and Mr. Duggins will tell you, when he presented the DRIP at one of our regional meetings, I saw him outside and I said, I'm going to take that and put it in my sectoral presentation, because clearly we've been doing things of that nature, but how he packaged it, I thought it was very, very good. And in fact, coming from that, we actually do have a program that we're rolling out 2,000 drip packages this year. So thank you.
All right, that's how we leverage each other in the Caribbean, right? So thank you very much. So Minister Duggins also spoke about access to small farmers as we're looking to advance technology. Minister Green, what has that been like in Jamaica, and are there any lessons from it, and what is your plan going forward?
Yes, so that across the region is probably the biggest challenge. It's a number of our bigger farmers, a number of our bigger companies in farming are able to access the technology. What we have to do is ensure that our small farmers, which make up 90% of our agricultural sector, can access that technology. So part of what we've been doing is using our extension services to ensure that they are trained in the technology so that they can then roll it out to our farmers. And it spans everything. We're now training drone pilots, right, at our case and our extension services, because the reality is that things like land clearance, things like fertilization, we're going to have to move from this one man walking around for 2 days to a drone coming in and doing it in 15 minutes, right? And again, these are opportunities for private sector, right? We are training some just so that our extension services will have the know-how, but ideally what I'm looking to do is to partner with private sector companies to drive this. We do have a project now that we're doing with the FAO where we're trying to get into small farms and put in smart devices that will tell the temperature of the soil, that will send off a notification using the phone, that the farmer knows that he needs to water now, instead of having to wait, go out. So we are doing a number of those things in our small farms to get our farmers up to speed. And the last one I'll say, we don't speak about soil health a lot, right? But one of the things that we have to do in transforming agriculture is ensure that our farmers appreciate soil health and have ways in which they can measure so that they plan their nutrition regimes from a data-driven perspective. We're rolling out a great program now with the Organic Association to help our farmers learn about soil health, composting, organics. So it's work in progress.
All right, excellent. I have one last question for both of you as we move to any questions from the audience, and also we have a giveaway question and answer. So Minister Duggins, we do say that agriculture is the way, right? It's an important pillar. And I wanted to hear more about youth. What is the plan for the youth in technology, using them in advancing technology, doing research and development, helping to move the agricultural sector forward? And it's for both ministers.
Yes, well, from a safety standpoint, we have robotics team that they have been traveling the world and doing very well in terms of their own input in robotics, building of robots, and competing around the world. And we are now getting that team to imagine the future of agriculture through the eyes of robotics. And we have been engaging them on that. And I see them coming up with some really good ideas. The next phase, of course, is financing these ideas to materialize the output. But beyond that, I also think there's a room for young people actually as to promotion of agriculture. And interestingly enough, I had my media team look at the video that Floyd did.
You both are studying each other, I realize.
Indeed. And I said to them that for our 25 by 25 plus, we let all the different crops that we've identified. A young person would lead on each crop as more or less a mascot to ensure that that message permeates and penetrates that demographic, and that you will become more vested in agriculture and drive the sector from a new vision. Yes.
Thank you. Excellent. Minister Green.
Yeah, so just to say that clearly training is big, right? So we're trying to infuse training in technology in agriculture, especially through Emerging Park and especially through our coding programs. In fact, most of you might not know, but we do have a RADA app, Extension Services app. You can go on your phone now, whether iPhone or Android, and download the RADA app if you think you're a good backyard farmer. We have all that information that you need for your backyard farm. But one thing that we saw coming out of the coding program was some young people coming to me to say, we've looked at your app, we can make it better. Right? And that's what we want to see more of. So we've been training our youth to look at agriculture from a technology standpoint. The last thing is different ways of agriculture. So now we're looking at vertical farming, and we're trying to introduce some of those things into our schools. Hydroponics, right? Again, smart systems that are protecting agriculture systems. So I think the future of agriculture is clearly in technology, but importantly, the youth love technology. to the future of agriculture is immediate.
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much, Minister Duggins, Minister Green. And please, ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause. They've been great panelists. And I see that we have probably 3 questions, and I'm going to move to the microphone. So we'll go ahead, we'll take the first question.
Minister Green, my name is Anthony Shaw. One of the big issues affecting farming, I suspect the majority of Jamaica's farming is from small farmers. Is that true? So one of the big issues affecting small farmers is access to financing. And issued finance, you mentioned about getting the private sector involved. Agriculture is a risky undertaking. So the question is, how do you de-risk agriculture? Now, I would suspect the way the government can do with access to the multilaterals is to have the multilaterals provide financing in such a way that if a farmer does not repay that loan, it's not a big deal, because a certain percent of those loans will not be repaid. My question to you is, how can the government, through the multilaterals, offer the small farmers access to financing?
Yeah, so we're doing a couple of things, and I'm happy how you phrase it. Multilaterals have to help us to play a role, because again, you know, if you have capital with no cost to us, then it's easier for you to utilize that. So we're doing, for example, in our new agro park, we're doing a matching grant scheme, not a loan, a matching grant scheme where we match the grants of the small farmers when they go into the enterprise. Part of what we are also looking to do is how can we release a pool of funds, right, that we can have the farmers access. The challenge that we have is that normally when we on lend, we still have to go through our financial sector. Our financial sector has significantly high interest rates for people in agriculture. One, I would say because of the risk. Two, I would say because they haven't worked with us to ensure that we can properly assess the risk. So part of what we're doing through the Agri-Invest Corporation is to put in a model where we can work with our financial sector. Firstly, work with the farmers so that they have better business plans. Work with the farmers, so let me tell you in real terms. So we're doing a ginger project now, and what we've done is brought the financial sector to the table, brought the agro-processors to the table, ensure that agro-processors are issuing contracts to the farmers, use those contracts now to say to the financial sector, this is what they're going to make, this is how you will get back your money, provide some service. What we're going to do on the flip end, and the Prime Minister will speak about this when he addresses the budget, is the government now come to the table with a source of funds to say we can take from this. So it is work in progress.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Minister. I didn't realize that we had more than 3 questions. We have 6 questions, so we're going to go quickly. So in front of me, lady in green, you can go ahead.
Colin Smith, College JSE and Associates. Welcome to Jamaica, Minister Douglas. Honorable Minister, your passion is infectious. I love what you're doing in agriculture. Now, the Honorable Mayor of Barbados came here a few years ago, and she talked about the CARICOM region. We are stronger together. What are we doing to make use of these relationships that we have across CARICOM so that we can get into wider markets to become really competitive? First question. The second point, I do consultancy and training. And I was called in by a hotel to train all of their staff. I hired 2 consultants from Case. One of the consultants operates an agro farm, and he was able to stay in Ocherios and adjust the nutrients in his farm in Portland. What are we doing about using AI in agriculture?
Yes, so to the last point, it is happening. It's happening actually a lot more than we probably talk about, right? And part of what I'm going to be doing this year is telling some of those stories, right? And also we do have local people, young people who've developed AI models for agriculture. In fact, I would have mentioned some of them, and part of what we're trying to do, and Mr. Lowe spoke about, is how do we get them now to get financing to roll those things out in a big way. So definitely AI is factoring much more into agriculture. We have a number of protected agriculture that are using those AI models, and we're going to see more of that. Clearly, we're trying to get there through starting with our app, and then our extension services will have to provide that bridge to the very small farmer who can't afford it. right? And that's the one that we're working on. In relation to CARICOM, and I'm sure Minister Duncan may want to say something about it, we do have a strong ministerial task force that meets around the 25 by 25 and looking into our regional markets. And I think we have made good progress. There are still some challenges. By now I think we should have had a standardized system in relation to poultry, so that everybody knows that poultry across the region is safe, so that the poultry can move easily, instead of each time you have to do a sort of risk assessment. So we're trying to treat with some of those issues. We've developed that, and I think the heads will take that on. But just to let you know, we are seeing increased access. We are seeing increased access in Barbados, in Trinidad, around our poultry lines, around pork. We're making good progress.
All right, thank you for that, Minister. To my left.
Minister Green, Director, I just want to find out what is being done to resuscitate the citrus industry, because there's a significant shortage of citrus, both lime or oranges. And two, what is if you can give an update as to the irrigation program in St. Elizabeth, because thanks.
Yeah, so citrus. Unfortunately, we suffered from something called citrus greening that wiped out the vast majority of our citrus crops. So it was disease-based. Unfortunately, a number of those wonderful orchards have fallen into ruin. So we're on a program to build that back. What's that program? So first we had to do research, right? So we developed some greenhouses at Bodles that focus significantly on looking at what varieties are more resistant to the citrus greening. We've come up with a couple of varieties now, and we've started rolling them out. So in fact, this year we launched our citrus revitalization program. It's being done in collaboration with the Jamaica Bauxite Institute. I think we've already distributed about 4,000 citrus plants in Manchester using 4 bauxite plants to replant citrus. We just had a meeting yesterday about lime and rolling out a lime program, because again, we do think we have a variety now that can stand up well. So what you will see over the next 5 years is a massive rebuild of our citrus sector, and hopefully a rebuild in a way that it can withstand the citrus greening. In relation to irrigation for St. Elizabeth, we are about to embark on our biggest ever irrigation project. And I love that for the last few years, every irrigation project is now the biggest ever, right? So we started with Amityville, Parnassus, which is about 700 hectares. We did Essex Valley, we're doing Essex Valley now, which is 1,200 hectares. Pigeon Plains will be 3,000 hectares of land. And the good thing is land that's already in production, some of it, with the best farmers in the world. So we're going to take water from the Black River and use it to irrigate the plains. We've already done the feasibility. We've already done the cadastral mapping. We're going to be issuing some titles. We've done the demand study. All we want to do is to break ground for that project this year. It will take about 5 years. It will be done in phases. So after 3 years, the first set of farmers will be able to reap the benefits, and then we will move on. So that is work in progress.
All right, thank you very much. For the remaining questions, it's 1 question per person. We're over time, and I'm just requesting 5 minutes so we can close out. So to my right.
Good afternoon, Rain Sibley's here from Jacana Therapeutics. The government is acting as a facilitator while the private sector takes the lead in developing brands like Jacana Wellness, 100% organic botanicals. We're talking about cannabis. This includes advocacy efforts, reshaping the narrative and offering thought leadership on the medicinal and therapeutic aspects of cannabis. How is the government supporting the ongoing growth of this industry? I'd love to hear from both ministers, if I may.
As it relates to cities and leaders, we've done a deep dive on the legislative agenda. Now, my administration has been in office now for just over 2 years. And so we've gone and we've amended a number of the acts and the laws around cannabis. What we recognize is that for any industry like this to work, you must have justice for those who would have lost early on. And so one of the things that we did was updated our religious act to where our Rastafarians are now given full rights as Christians and full right to participate. And they have all the full rights like any citizen now in the country based on our legislative agenda. But beyond that, what we've also endeavored to do is not to try and reinvent the wheel,
So we have a partnership with Southern University, who has one of 2 research licenses in the state of Louisiana. And what we're doing with that partnership is that research now, we are able to benefit from all of that research and make our pathway to success shorter. Because now, what they've learned over the years of doing what they've done, we now have access to all of that. And as we roll out our authority over the next few months, we hope to be moving speedily ahead in terms of ensuring that we do the right things. Also learning from everybody else's pathway. Jamaica in the Caribbean, St. Vincent in the Caribbean, and of course what is happening globally. But I believe it's forming the right partnerships, having the right legislative agenda, and also having the passion and the will to do things that challenge the standard system sometimes in ways that most people probably don't see it fit to, but that would be necessary in an industry like cannabis industry.
Yeah, so Jamaica has been at developing a sort of medicinal cannabis industry for the last 5, 6, maybe 7 years. A little bit before, yeah. Now would be the last 9 years, right, in terms of when the legislation was passed and the Cannabis Licensing Authority was established. A lot of people do believe that the Cannabis Licensing Authority falls under the Ministry of Agriculture. It doesn't. So Jamaica's arrangements around cannabis fall under the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and engage with the Ministry of Justice, and that's how it came to fruition. What I would say in a nutshell, clearly, we have a lot of learnings over this last almost decade, right? The minister has indicated, as Minister Hill, that they are conducting a significant review of the cannabis sector. One, to ensure real incorporation of the small cannabis farmer in what we do, and that is critical. We have had models, alternative development models that were embarked on. There are learnings from that. I think now is the time to incorporate those in a new legislation, a revised legislation. I think the world has also come a far way, and I think there are opportunities that we have not yet taken full advantage of, that now is the time. And I think, as the Prime Minister says, let's pivot towards growth. I think this can be a big, big part of the growth agenda.
Thank you very much. We'll go to my left and then we'll finish on the right.
Good afternoon. My name is Claire Beckford. Several international trade policies that are being implemented in overseas markets like the EU and the UK have resulted in requirements for exporters from Jamaica to provide proof of their agricultural practices, deforestation, their labor practices, and so on. And recently, several small exporters, there have been some incidents where custom agencies have seized their goods or tried to block goods that they were exporting before, demanding proof that their labor practices, the ingredients in their products, they are coming from agricultural lands that have been regulated, and they're actually not using any unsustainable practices. And in those incidents, the exporters, they were caught off guard, and they were actually unable to provide any proof. It does speak to the need to have more regulation and more engagement of small farmers and exporters. As an example, castor oil, we see castor oil in Amazon and so on, and cosmetics. We have to prove that these things are coming where the source is and that the practices are compliant. What have you seen, Minister Huggins, or done, or looking to do in St. and Minister Green? What are we doing in this regard?
Yes, thank you for that question. Interestingly, I think unbeknownst to each other, we are actually doing exactly the same thing. We are, and Minister Green spoke on it more in depth than probably I did when I spoke, but the blockchain NFT, and in our case, cryptocurrency. We are using a series of digital platforms, and the NFT, you're familiar, right? Yes. Because in that way, you can now have full traceability. You can understand exactly where the seed was planted, how it was developed, the story behind it, the entire ethos of the farmer and the community, all the way through to the product and distribution down to consumption. And we believe with that, and coupling that with digital currency, it will provide the right platform for us to navigate the challenging world out there as these legislations continue to evolve. Because today the changes that we see are there, but what will be there tomorrow? Where will they go tomorrow? And we want to stay probably a few steps ahead. I probably let Minister Green speak more on that.
Yeah, so a couple of things. We haven't had any reports thus far of any exporters having a challenge accessing the markets, but clearly this is something that we've seen on the horizon. So when I spoke about our drive to utilize the technology to ensure traceability, clearly I spoke about it from a revenue protection perspective, but also to fulfill some of these requirements. Right, so the EU DR, which extension has been granted for it, but nonetheless, where the world is going now, even without the EU doing the regulations, people are more concerned about traceability, where their food comes from, and what practices have been utilized. So we have to use the technology at our disposal to ensure that when they have those questions, we can answer those questions. The good news is that if we infuse the technology in what we're doing, we can answer those questions, right? Because for a long time, a number of our farmers, and especially because we still do have a large amount of small farmers, and the practices that they use oftentimes align with the environment, we can answer a lot of those questions. So what we've been doing, we've been working with technology providers, we've been training our farmers, we've had a long history of good agricultural practices training, because there's always been something that we have to prove to access a market. So a number of our small farmers have gone through those processes. We're also building out all our storage to incorporate whatever new requirements are out there. Castor, we can talk about that, but we're working with UA to do a whole standard around Jamaican castor. If you don't know, Jamaica has the best castor oil in the entire world and the highest priced castor oil in the entire world, Jamaica black castor. So we still have the same challenges with knockoffs. So we're going to use the technology to do the traceability.
All right, thank you. So we literally have just 1 minute for both the question and the answer.
A whole preamble. Just really quickly, lots of investment in agriculture. Happy to hear it. What are we doing to help the farmers with credit larcenies? A lot of them have, done all the work and lose their crops really quickly.
Yeah, big question, and I'll answer in about 3 minutes, I'll try. So one, we have increased the fines. One of the things that people complain about for a long time is that when people are caught in perennial loss, they get like a tap on the wrist. It used to be a maximum fine of $250,000, maximum time in jail of 6 months. We've moved that from $250,000 to $3 million, from 6 months to 3 years. So that's one thing. But in order for you to access the fines or the time in prison, we have to be able to catch you, right? So part of what we're doing is building up with the JCF1 perennial loss units across the country, right? We already have 8 of them, so that when a farmer goes to report perennial loss, they don't have to join the regular queue and go and talk to the person in charge of perennial loss. But the last element, and the police force is going to transform that into a division of the force that deals with agricultural crime. To really commend Commissioner Blake on taking that big, bold step. And you will see that being built up this year. We've already now started the third aspect, more boots on the ground, right? So we are recruiting now agricultural wardens who are police. They will be trained as police officers. They will have the powers of police, but they will be tasked with treating with agricultural crime. We plan to deploy 300 over the next 3 years. We've already started recruitment. In fact, about 162 people have already qualified. We plan to start training this quarter and roll out our first agricultural wardens this year. And we're going to start with the areas where we are seeing significant agricultural crime. I had said the last one, but last one, we have to cut out the markets. So I've been kind of sending a message that we're going to get a lot more serious on looking in the market spaces, our abattoirs, those who say they're butchers. You're going to have to tell us where your meat come from, right? And if you can't tell us, then you're going to be in problems. So we've sent a lot of those messages. We're going to be serious about it this year.
I thank you. Round of applause for both ministers. Robust and insightful discussions. And now I hand over to Mr.
Thank you very much. Two quick presentations. Thank you to young, energetic, enthusiastic ministers. Thank you very much for your participation. Very quickly, on Tuesday night, we honored some of our stalwart sponsors. One is CNW Business, and I will ask the representative from CNW Business to come forward to receive your recognition for your years of support of this event. And I'll ask Chairman Stephen Whittingham, please to hand over this token of our appreciation to the representative from CNW Business. Who's here?
He stepped out.
He stepped out. Okay, very quickly. Sorry, Chairman. You need exercise. Very quickly. Minister Duggins is a minister of many things. How many portfolios for a giveaway for a gift basket from Caribbean Assurance Brokers? How many portfolios does Minister Duggins manage in our nearest and kids? One answer wins. 6 is the answer. Come forward, sir. Shamar, come and present. Mr. Foster, you ready? All right. Lead right here. Minister of Everything. Thank you very much, Caribbean Assurance Broker. Now welcome for the next session, moderator, Mr. Cecil Foster, Managing Director, Foster's Group of Companies. Key driver to the Caribbean low-cost energy is renewable energy.
Well said. Renewable energy. Good afternoon, everybody. Key driver to Caribbean's low energy cost. We are positing that it is solar energy. Just a little bit about Fosrich. In 2017, December, we joined the Jamaica Stock Exchange, became listed on the Jamaica Junior stock market. Over the years, we have become an integrated company where we are a company that distributes electrical products, lighting products, and we have moved into industrial electrical and also moved into manufacturing. We at Fosrich, we are the only manufacturer of PVC pipes and conduits in the country, and we have also moved on into renewable energy, that is solar. Just to tell you this, from our listing in 2017, the value of our stock has increased by 1,100%. We intend to forge partnerships in the country and outside of the country that will drive more value for our valued shareholders. And so we have forged partnerships with external sources on this very topic, the topic of renewable energy, especially solar. And this solar energy partnership that we have is forged with a company called Huawei. And we have been talking with the industry for the last number of years.
what we have at Fast Ridge is called a Connections Matter program, where we talk with our clients and prospective clients. We listen to them, understand their needs, and then we find solutions. No, what we have found is that they are telling us that they need to go solar. And my friend from JPS, we are partners in this energy providing business. They want to go solar. And then what we have found out is that the equipment to make solar possible, because as you know, the sun is not going to let us down most times. Most days it is shining at 32 degrees of temperature in the country, or 34 or 36 degrees. And therefore, the sun is available. The equipment that we use to harness the sun to create the power that we need have now come to a point where it's a no-brainer. And I'm going to ask you questions that you might regard as foolish. And I'm going to ask you to raise your hands. You tell me, which of you in this room, if you have a smartphone, just raise your hand. So foolish. The question is so foolish, okay? The next one, if you have a laptop, raise your hand. Are you afraid of doing that? If you have a refrigerator at home, raise your hand. Okay. Let's go. If you have a light bulb at home, raise your hand, Stephen. Do you know what all of these things have in common? What do you call it? They all use energy. Therefore, how many of us use energy every day? All of us. The decision to make the change is our decision. So let me say this. One thing they don't tell you about these equipment is that they are energy gougers. If you see the speed at which your smartphone moves and your laptop moves, you'll be frightened sometimes. They use more energy than you can think. Therefore, we who are a part of building a modern economy must find ways to build a system that's going to make the energy that we use be produced at the least possible cost. So there is where we are. We have sat in this place for a number of years. We have seen the problem and we have decided that, okay, we are going to put this solution to you. So today, at the end, in the next few minutes, we are going to be launching the next step to this solution that can drive low-cost energy across Jamaica and the Caribbean. So we have said at first that we have the sun, and we have said the next step was that the equipment is available at the most economic price right now we can think of. And therefore, I'll tell you the other solution that we have to work with you on to help you as a Jamaican set of people, a Jamaican economy, to grow and develop and become world leaders. The next item on this program is a video. When you see the products that we are showing you that are available in Fast Ridge, then you will understand that we are serious about energy production and energy conservation. And then after that, we'll have two persons join us here for a conversation. So could you now roll the video for us, and then we will take you to the next step after the video.
we work night and day to provide solutions for our clients. I'm going to invite two members of my team, Mr. Hector Mendoza, an engineer par excellence, and Mr. Stefan Holness, and they will be here to share the next few minutes with me. Stefan will give you just a little more information on how we can do it for you at Fosrich, and then we will take some questions from you afterwards. You can take a seat, and Stefan, it's all yours.
All right, good afternoon. So we'll quickly speak about the key driver to low-cost energy. As was mentioned, is renewable energy. Now, solar energy is free, it's abundant, and everyone in the Caribbean can speak to energy being present, whether you use your fridge, your electric stove, whether it be air conditioning, as we're in the Caribbean and the temperatures here tends to soar to new heights. As we go ahead, we'll speak about solar and what it really entails. It's just a system. It has inputs, processing, output, and what we're speaking on is storage. Now, everyone, when they speak about solar panels, generating from the sun. It's free. Now, how many persons here know the cost that they are being charged for their energy when they use it from their utility provider? I see one hand, only one person. Now, that cost is as a result of varying things, such as fuel costs, which is used in a plant. It's the input to the fuel, and based on that cost, the price varies, as well as the US dollars. Now, with solar systems, the input is free. Now, with a free input, you're already saving. For processing, they're both a plant that is processing that energy to provide to you, the consumer. What we'll be speaking on is the cost savings. Now, the cost savings we generate is from the low cost of energy due to what we call freeness. Now, everyone loves freeness, right? Everyone here sounds a bit hungry. I know it's just before lunch, but everyone here loves freeness. Or let's put it this way, low cost, more benefits. Okay, now you're with me. So solar provides low cost and more benefits. So low cost for maintenance, low cost in operation, and low cost in lifetime. So what we do have is a commercial entity. Now, most persons in the previous 10 years, we spoke about solar for residential spaces, where you had your panels, your inverter, and your battery. For the commercial spaces, you only had your panels, the inverter, and that was it, connected to the grid. Now, what happened in this case, or this instance, was persons who, in the event of hurricanes or outages, though having a solar panel will already be out of power, even though the solar panel was on the roof. And this was as a result of protection mechanism in the inverter that prevented you from garnering that energy from the sun. So what we have realized at Fosrich, and in partnership with Huawei, that there needs to be some amount of power stored for outages. Now, Hurricane Beryl was an eye-opener to many of us here in Jamaica. And this eye-opener led to a demand for solar and more so storage. Now, at Fosrich, what we did, we realized that many persons are doing solar, many persons are supplying solar, but in doing solar and investing in solar, you have to first know your provider. It is an investment. So for those who are looking to go solar, you should ensure that your company or the person you're choosing to provide you with this solution has years in the business, they have professionals doing the business, they have quality products, and there is support before, during, and after. Proper design, proper implementation, proper maintenance. Now, we We have seen many cases where persons have went to someone, I know someone who can do it for free or for cheap, and afterwards there is no support. That's a problem. How can this problem be solved? Simple. By reaching out to Fostrich, this problem will solve in as easy as 1, 2, 3. Now for energy storage, let's speak quickly about energy storage. For the battery energy storage system, this system is for commercial spaces mostly. Normally homes will have storage, but for the commercial space, you may use energy storage for lowering your energy costs and demand costs. Now, many persons who are in the residential space are not aware of the way the bill is calculated in the commercial space. Now, this is where your provider comes in, or your supplier. Your supplier should have the knowledge to guide you in the right path. So there is 5 features that comes with the energy storage system. The main one that most persons know of is the maximum self-consumption. As the name suggests, you use the battery to its maximum capacity and it supplies you in the presence or in the absence of power. There is also peak shaving, which is very crucial that a lot of persons haven't really heard about. Now, what peak shaving entails is, let's put it in an analogy. Have you ever been to the beach and there's a huge wave coming in? So what peak shaving does, think of that peak as your wave at the beach, and your shore as what JPS sees as your, or the utility sees as your demand. So peak shaving is using that storage capacity to reduce the peak or the wave that comes in. So it's a wave break or wave barrier. So it reduces that amount of energy draw that JPS sees, and in the long run, lowering what your consumption will look like, saving you in the long run. That is peak shaving. For time of use speaks to operating in peak hours versus off-peak hours. Now, in peak hours, there is a different charge from in off-peak hours. This is for specific customers who are in or set up for time of use operations. Now, if you are so facilitated, then you are able to use this mechanism or this storage system to use energy in the off-peak hours, which is a lower cost, and charge the batteries through solar, and then in the high demand or higher cost, you're able to now discharge that battery and reduce your consumption and reduce your demand from JPS or the utility. There is off-grid supply. This can be used in remote areas where the grid isn't available and there is need for power, such as agricultural areas, such as some factories and some remote locations. And there's also frequency regulation that based on using the ESS as frequency regulation parameters, you are able to correct your frequency usage and as such lower your energy bill. So in connecting our platform, you are able to see your system. Your system can be monitored using an online platform from anywhere in the world. You're able to see your energy consumption, your solar production, your battery levels. You are able to see how much you would have generated, how much you have saved by this generation, and how much you are, a rough idea of how much you would have used and the cost from the utility. Now, the main meat of the matter, the opportunity for each and every person here. Now, when persons hear solar, they hear a large initial investment. Now, the opportunity is to each and every person here, as Fostrich is able to facilitate you in getting that financing needed to supply your home or property with solar. This financing, I implore each and every person here to assist or think about financing persons, as solar and battery energy storage is the way to go. The government, through National Housing Trust, have given energy loans and grants, and many persons are smiling as they are able to reduce their energy loan, their energy costs, as they install these systems. The meat of the matter, the final cost, the final thing. Switch is ready and willing to assist each and every person sitting here today with energy storage solution. We are able to assist you in investing in the proper solution.
So you have heard it, and it's your time to say something. You have a question or two you want to ask these two persons. They are experts, and after the question and answer, we will be, I didn't tell you before, but now you know, we're going to be giving away two gifts, two baskets, and we will be giving away these two baskets based on what was said up here. So you should sharpen your memory, and let's do it after you have, if you have any questions. If not, I'll ask a question to Hector. This ESS you're talking about, this energy storage system, who is most likely a target for this system?
Hello? Yeah, I mean, when we are talking about, good afternoon to everyone, right? When we are talking about energy storage systems in the area of the commercial and industry, any kind of company can use that, right? Because there is the benefit that you're going to have for that is not necessarily all the energy that you're going to use that was storage in the system. But also, as my colleague Stephen Holdens was talking about it, is when you need when you have the big demand, the peak of the demand, you can use it, right? There is a lot of cost that you can reduce when you are using in the peak shaving area, right? And that is something that we were not talking before in terms of when we were talking about solar is that, right? Is when the big cost of energy are coming, not necessarily they are coming from the energy that you are using, but it's also in the industry for the demand that you are requiring from the utility, right? And using in that area is where you are going to have the biggest benefits, talking about commercial and industry sector.
Okay, all right. Barriers. What are some of the barriers for implementing an ESS system? And this ESS system is energy storage system. And I know some people will wonder what that means. And so what are some of the barriers? I understand that it can be presented to you like in a container, or you can have a room that you stock out with these batteries and so on, right?
All right, so one of the barriers for having energy storage system oftentimes is your storage space. Now, they can be a cabinet size or as large as 10-foot, 20-foot containers, and they can be parallel and increased based on the size needed. So the storage space and oftentimes the finance, the cost.
Okay, I know Mr. Hugh Grant is here. Tell him, what system are you going to be implementing at the Fast Food Superstore on Mullions Road starting in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, we are going to install a system of up to 600 kilowatt hour, okay, for the energy storage that will allow us to really work in a very good environment, and for sure to reduce the cost of the demand that we are going to have. Again, not just energy, but also the demand. We are going to use it exactly the hour where we are thinking about that we are going to have the peak.
Okay, and tell the audience what they need to do to get Fast Food to start working with it. What are the steps?
Let me go in that area, please. Okay, that is a little bit interesting because you can come to us, right, and we can guide us in the path to go solar, right? Because go solar not necessarily is that I'm going to go directly into the solar system, right? You have to become efficient before. Okay, that is the first point that you have to go, and then you can go to solar. we have the complete solution for you from the beginning to the end. That is what we are looking to provide and what we are looking to share with you, okay?
Okay, and quickly just to add, the first step is to do an audit to ensure that we know what exactly their load looks like, and from there we can design a system tailored specifically to your needs.
Okay, great. And so we are clear, as to what we need to do? Because we have a role to change our trajectory right now in energy consumption. And so here it is. I'm going to ask them to stand with me, and I'm going to give you the final leg before my team comes up here and ask you a few questions and give you a basket or two. I'm going to ask them to stand with me. Earlier on, you could have heard me saying that there are a few legs that are very important to the use of or to the solution that us in Jamaica and the Caribbean can use to drive your energy costs a little lower. We mentioned if you are, this is not a quiz, okay? But help me here. We mentioned that we have what? The what? And the sun is what? Free. And that we also use energy in everyday activities, whether our phones, whether our cameras, whether our laptops, whatever it is, our TV, and we use a lot of energy, and therefore the sun is free. And those equipment draw a lot of energy. And the next thing we said to you is this, that the equipment we just showed you a while ago, the equipment that are available are now at the best possible prices you can in any time of our history. So those were the two things. And the third one, listen up and listen carefully. We have been working and listening to the market and what they are requiring. And when we look at our portfolio of requests, it's over almost $3 billion. And what was the common thread is this: most people want to go renewable energy. They want to go solar. They know that the sun is available. They know that the equipment have come down, but they could not finance it. And so we are saying today that FastRich is available to help you to finance your solar projects from $5 million to $400 million. So if you want to get any of these systems that we have here, these ESS systems, you can talk with us and we will share with you how to get your problem solved. So I want to say we are looking forward to working along with you. So my team is here and geared and ready to work with you. The next thing is that for you being a good audience, we like to give away things. So Kerry and Kamik are going to come here, and we are going to give you some beautiful solar and LED stuff that will make your home be not only beautiful but energy efficient. So, Kerry, what question do you have?
Good afternoon, everyone. I trust that you've been paying attention. Yes? No? I have two questions. The first is, what are the 3 benefits of going solar? No? You mean to tell me that nobody knows? Come, Daddy, come, tell me this.
Right? And right now, there's never been a better time. I thought I was projecting, thank you. There's never been a better time within FastRich to offer that solution. And there is also financing of the project. Yes, yeah, man, give it to me. Thank you.
I like you, but I'll give you something else.
Yeah, something else? Okay, all right.
How about I give you another option, another chance.
Okay.
I need the audience to do my slide. Help her out on this one for me, guys. Help her out. Yeah. The 3 benefits of going solar. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. Let me allow him to answer the question.
So cost savings,
yes,
energy savings, and efficiencies.
Very good, thank you.
Yes. So it's not only your house we're going to work on, but we are working on giving you a gift now. Trust us, we're going to find a solution for you one day. It might be 10 years from now, we're going to find it.
And this one is very easy. Mr. Foster mentioned a very special feature and offering that, when he spoke about the offerings that Foster has to offer, he mentioned one very special feature that is important for you to get a solar system. What is that?
Energy audit.
No.
Finance.
The financing.
Very good, yes. Come up for me, please, and congratulations.
We, as Jamaicans, we never stop. We are persistent. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you, Foster's team, led by the CEO. Thank you, Jennifer, for your persistence. All right. We have a special lunch presentation today, and I'm going to ask the former chairman and member of the Jamaica Stock Exchange Board, Mr. Julian Mayer, to join us on stage to introduce the next presenter.
You go back. Yeah.
Okay, the representative from Cable and Wireless is C&W Business is finally here, and Julian is going to present him with his certificate. It's evidence of his many years of support of this stock exchange conference. We thank you again for your commitment. Thank you very much. Over to Julian.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, the value of the stock exchange, I guess, couldn't really be better exemplified than the presentation of Patrick, saying that their stock increased in value by 1,000%. I mean, that's phenomenal. Cecil, Foster, and Patrick team, congratulations. You've used transparency and corporate governance to move your company to a different level. Last year, the year before, and the year before that, if you were here at this conference, I would have spoken about us doing more with the capital markets to make an impact on the most important asset Jamaica has, pretty much any country has, and that's a human capital. The year before last, we utilized the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange to do a global first. And that was launch a social project as if it were an IPO. And we did so with the support of every single broker dealer. Now, I want to understand what that really means. It means that people who put up their money didn't get a financial return. The return that they were able to extract was the impact of their money and the extent to which that improved the lives that they were going to live and the lives that their children were going to experience as citizens of this country. And we did it through a project called Project STAR. Project STAR is here now, led by Keith Duncan, which you will know as JMB's CEO. You'll know him also as a co-chair of EPOC and a founder of it, and also as past president of the PSOJ. The work that Keith and his team have done has been tireless and has been absolutely transformative. It's my pleasure to invite you on stage, Keith, and the rest of the STAR team to go and discuss with you here today the achievements of STAR over the course of the past 2 years. And then we're going to get a hand to move some of these chairs. So I know it's lunchtime, and we're going to have a clattering of knives and forks and the chatter associated with that. But I do want to beg your indulgence to ensure that you do hear and pay attention to this presentation, which is about how we can transform our country, Jamaica land we love.
This should be a good one.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I haven't been to a conference for years, but I tell you this one set up. It took me about 15 minutes to park when I got here. So let me just acknowledge the organizer of the Jamaica Stock Exchange and all those who have participated in making this a reality and continue to build year over year as being one of the most relevant conferences across the region. I want to Marlene, Akeem, William, Stephen Squared, all who have come together to make this possible.
Look.
And so we are here because while I was president of the private sector organization of Jamaica, having achieved a level of macroeconomic stability and we looked at where are the real challenges that we face as a country. And we identified human capital development through education and community development and development of skill sets that were important. We all know what we are facing as a country because 66% of our workforce have no certification or training, right? 33% of our children are graduating from primary school unable, functionally illiterate. That means we have work to do on the human capital development side. The Planning Institute of Jamaica has identified over 100 communities across Jamaica as marginalized, under-resourced, underdeveloped, with people not having access to basic services. 500 squatter communities across Jamaica, informal squatter communities across Jamaica, with 700,000 of our citizens, brothers and sisters, unable to access public services, unable to have light and water, undocumented, etc. So Jamaica has to turn its attention, using its fiscal space to address human capital issues. The government of Jamaica has a plan they call Plan Secure Jamaica. Plan Secure Jamaica has a pillar called social and economic transformation. That pillar has been under development. So as president of the private sector organization of Jamaica, and when I consulted with Julian here, he had the same kind of vision in terms of what can we do for impact. And we therefore, Julian went ahead and he had this thought in his head and he spoke about it at some conference maybe about 3 years ago. And we further developed the idea and the thought. And at PSOJ, while working as president of the PSOJ, we built a relationship with the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
when we rolled out our COVID response fund. So we knew what was possible working through a public-private partnership, working with the Jamaica Constabulary Force as an important partner who wants to focus on more crime prevention than crime reduction. Because crime reduction is equal to hard policing, crime prevention is equal to investing in your people. Okay? So the commissioner at the time, Anthony Anderson, jumped on board along with Dr. Horace Chan, the Prime Minister, and came on board and we came together and we rolled this out. The actual concept document was co-written by the current Commissioner of Police, Dr. Kevin Blake, who wrote the concept document for STAR along with the Project STAR team. So this is a private-public partnership, okay, that has been able to now focus on building out a community development model. Not only a community development, but a sustainable community development model owned and led by the communities, because it has to be owned by the communities for it to. And it's socio-economic renewal of communities, right, to drive growth in our country. Because remember, 70% of the violence emanates from 100 of these communities, of the 100 communities across Jamaica, 70% of our major crimes. So if we focus on these areas, we would have solved for a real issue in our country, and that is solving for the crime through crime prevention measures, while in combination with crime reduction measures. And working with the Jamaica Constabulary Force has been a privilege, and the level of activity that they have had on the ground in Jamaica, you know, has been really wonderful, and they have mobilized and worked with us, and the private sector has got, the PSOG in conjunction with JSE has got this on the ground. So I'm going to introduce to you Cherie Staines-Appleby, is our community services lead, and she will speak, and then we have Deputy Superintendent Houston Francis, who worked in our Paragon, Rose Gardens communities, hand in hand in building trust in the communities and demonstrating and achieving significant results in those communities. So let me hand over to Cherie, and she goes through the model with you guys, and so you guys get an appreciation about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Good afternoon, everyone. So, Project STAR is a social and economic development initiative created by the private sector organization of Jamaica in partnership with the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and it's being driven by communities themselves to bring about societal transformation using targeted interventions in under-resourced communities across Jamaica. Our vision at Project STAR is that by working together, we can transform Jamaica into a place where our residents are valued, and we can create the opportunities for everyone to thrive. This belief in the fact that all the residents in the communities that we serve must be valued is part of the core of how Project STAR was designed and is currently being delivered. A little bit more about Project STAR. As I indicated, we're a social and economic development program that looks to improve the social and economic outlooks of vulnerable and volatile communities right across Jamaica. Our approach is to work at a community level to drive decision-making and change. And we do this through ongoing consultations and dialogue with the communities and other stakeholders, as well as through ongoing collaboration with partners such as ministries, departments, and agencies of government, the private sector, along with civil society. Currently, we are working in 5 communities right across Jamaica. Right here in Kingston, we are in Parade Gardens and Rose Gardens. In Westmoreland, we are in Savannah Lamar. In Clarendon, we are in Mapen West. And most recently, we went to St. James and we're in the community of Salt Spring. Now, when we enter communities, we follow what is called a community entry strategy, which has 8 key steps that you're seeing there on your screen. And what this strategy does is that it allows us to work with communities to develop a series of action items that are delivered to bring about the change that the residents want to see and that we too as Jamaicans want to see. And we call all of this the Community Transformation Action Plan. Now the plan is a multi-year, that's 3 to 4 years, action plan that guides the execution and development of activities in our communities and reflect the aspirations and needs of the communities themselves. So I want to share with you a little bit about the community development planning process, particularly for one of our communities in Parade Gardens. Please pay keen attention to the video I'm about to show you. Volume, please. Are we ready? All right, while you're having your lunch, just give them a minute, please. There we go.
Problems or issues that members of the community were facing. Whatever it is that the community needed help with, any way we could transform or to better the lives of the individuals of Treadlight, Havana Heights, and the racetrack Penandul community.
We are going to encourage talking to persons, finding out what they really want, and getting information from them. You know, some persons were reluctant at first, but then, you know, talking to them and then explaining to them what the program is all about, they gravitate to it and then they start to, you know, give us the information.
This evening we are in the community of Rose Gardens to have the Rose Gardens Community Transformation Action Plan Validation Session.
The community leaders were discussed. There were a number of issues raised around things that should be added or subtracted. We tried to put together something that reflected the consensus from among the community.
As the name transformation connotates, it's a change plan for the community. It highlights the priority issues or the developmental challenges of the community, as well as the interventions or programs that must be put in place over the next 3 to 4 years to really address the root causes of these issues and in order to lead to positive change within this community.
Your ideas are in your people, it's your community, everything is going to be
Validation speaks to accuracy and ensure that there is value and ownership. And so that's what is happening here. We've engaged the different stakeholders within the community, representatives from our schools or churches or community-based organizations. And they're all here to speak to the fact that the document is a true representation of what they want to see in their community over the next few years, and also their commitment to being a part of the change process, collaborating and working together. After today, today's meeting, the documents, the actions, the interventions will be implemented with the partnership of all the stakeholders being on board. Now, what we have discovered throughout our community development planning process is that communities are very much aware of the issues that are affecting them. And so, having worked through the data and the analysis with them, they've been able to come up with what they call their key priority areas. And so for Parade Gardens, as you see displayed there, we have, or they would have, identified their top 5 priority issues. Number 1, the community would have said that their number 1 issue is high levels of unemployment and limited access to quality jobs. More than just identifying the issue, they've gone further to identify the strategy that they believe must be put in place to address the root causes of these issues. And for that number 1 issue, they've said that the strategy is an expanded and vibrant pipeline of trainable and employable Parade Gardens residents with improved access to the labor market and quality jobs. Now, for issue number 2, what we found was that when we completed the community development planning process with all 5 communities, this issue came up for all of them. Weak family structures and poor parenting. And the resulting strategy includes a system of care approach which has parenting programs as well as after-school support programs for children. And some of the other issues that the residents of Parade Gardens would have identified as amongst their top 5 are: number 3, limited access to health and social services; 4, poor and limited community infrastructure; and 5, high numbers of unattached and unengaged youth. Now, over the last 18 months, we have been able, working with our partners, such as the Jamaica Constabulary Force, to achieve many milestones in Parade Gardens. And these include strengthened and built trust with community members and key partners through continuous community engagement, improved educational outcomes through community-based education support programs. I pause here. Last year, March, in partnership with the PricewaterhouseCoopers, we would have launched for the first time the Parade Gardens Homework Program. Now, this initiative was based on consultation with the residents of Parade Gardens, and it was also supported by the data from the Ministry of Education, which highlighted that our children in Parade Gardens were failing. They were underperforming in the PEP. And so we would have targeted 35 youngsters ages 6 to 9 in grades 1 to 3. And by recruiting specialized teachers, they are being assisted on a weekly basis to improve their numeracy and literacy skills. We also provide them with nutritional support because we understand that for brain development and for improved performance, nutrition plays a key role in this. Another milestone, revived community action and governance structures. In order for there to be sustainable transformation and sustainable development on a whole, governance structures play a key role in this. Communities have to own the process of development. They have to feel empowered and be a part of it so that they can drive the change that they want to see. And we recognize that at Project STAR. And so we have been working with the residents of Parade Gardens and all the residents in our 5 communities to establish and strengthen community-based organizations. We've also established what is called our Community Transformation Board. And this board has members of our community-based groups from our youth, our seniors, our women's groups, our schools, our churches, our business stakeholders that come together and identify the issues that are affecting their community, that look at the root causes of those issues, and most importantly, decide what the change and the action should be around these issues. This is important because Project Star will not always be in these communities, right? And so we have to empower them so that whatever action is taken now, they will have the ability to continue this for years to come so that the change will be continuous. Another milestone, we've achieved a 70% placement in jobs through our job readiness and placement program. And I might add that 82% of our participants have job retention after 6 months. And finally, strengthened community. That's the partnership with the Jamaica Constabulary Force, along with other stakeholders. At STAR, partnerships are key parts of our holistic approach to achieve sustainable transformation in our communities. Our partnership with the Jamaica Constabulary Force is one such, and the resulting current peace building evidence today in Parade Gardens is one of the most compelling stories of the work that we've been doing with our partners over the last year. The next presenter is Deputy Superintendent Yukon Francis. I don't want to burst his bubble, but I had to take the opportunity just to mention that as a result of the partnership that we've had with the JCF and other stakeholders over the last 18 months in Parade Gardens, what we have seen is what you're seeing on your screen. 0, not 1, 0 major crimes in Parade Gardens in the last 12 months. And so I invite at this time JSE Deputy Superintendent Yukon Francis to come and talk about how did we achieve this, how can we continue to achieve this, and some of the work that's taking place on the ground between Project Star and the JCF.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Cherise, for introducing me. I was told that I have just about half a minute to do my presentation, so I am to condense as much as I possibly can. But let me try to see how best I can approach this. So I'm here briefly to show how the collaborative efforts between the JCF Project Star, as also the residents of the Parade Gardens community, can result in meaningful transformation within this community. Parade Gardens, of course, would have experienced its fair bit of challenges over the years. I can tell you that 3 years ago, the Kingston Central Division recorded 78 murders. 78 murders. And I can tell you, as it relates to 2024, the same Kingston Central Division would have recorded 24 murders, which is a very significant reduction. Of course, Project Star came into our division, and the very first meeting that was held, which was called the Community Intervention Meeting, where we met with the team. Cherise and his team shared that data with us as it relates to the citizens' perception of the police. Wasn't looking good at all. In fact, I was very peeved because here it is, that I thought that I was doing all that I can in terms of community intervention and everything like that. Cherise, in a bit to console me, said, Mr. Francis, just remember that it's a perception. I said to Cherise, all right, Cherise, see what you do. I want you to have a now and then data, because we are going to fix that. And so subsequent to that, we went in the space and we started doing some things. When we start going through, persons now start to say that, okay, we want to now have some discussions with the police. And coming out of that discussion, It was a meeting at Kingston Central where we invited a number of players, persons who are integrally involved in some of the upheaval that were taking place within the parade garden space. About 40 persons were in attendance, way exceeded the amount that we were expecting. After the meeting, they said, Mr. Francis, we are committed to having peace within the parade gardens community. And to show how serious we are, I want you to accompany us in terms of walking through the community. So we started out along George's Lane. When we reached George's Lane, we realized that about 30 community residents, women with babies under their arm, decided that, listen, we want to be a part of this, so we are going to march. When we ended up around by Fleet Street, when I looked behind me, it was a sea of people, about 500 or more. And so I said to myself, no, this is really looking good. And so when we got back to George's Lane, there was a spot meeting where I thought that I was a rock star. Persons were there cheering on Mr. Francis, Mr. Francis. So I went back to Cherise and said, Cherise, this is something that, has some amount of potential. Cherise said, well, Mr. Francis, anything you say, we are willing. So we sat down and Cherise called in the sports and coordinator person. And we decided that the first thing that we are going to do is to have a football competition with the warring factions within the space. So it was Ash Wednesday, I think, the 14th of February 2024, that we had a street football competition at the intersection of Hanover Street and Last Street, where persons from all over, persons who in the past never dare venturing out of their community, decided that they are going to be a part of the football competition. And I can tell you, it was a very emotional event where some persons hugged each other. Some persons literally cried because they are saying that, listen, we are friends, we attend school together. We were all over the place together, going downtown to jump off in the hour. And it reached a stage that for years now, we are not, seeing eye to eye, and this is something that we want to change. The football competition was a grand occasion. We did that, and from that, there was a DJ competition and everything, and persons said that, listen, all right, we are committed to this. Outside of that, we went back to Project Star and said, Project Star, we realized that there was still some apprehension as it relates to persons venturing out, because they would have seen this before. Many times over, there were situations where you have peace treaty and in no time it becomes bloody. And so persons were very, very apprehensive in terms of venturing out. So we said that, all right, we are going to be doing something to ensure that persons, come cross borders in terms of having fun. And so we came about with the round robin initiatives, whereas we have persons now. What we did was to segment the community where you have George's Lane and you have Fleet Street and other communities coming together, and we decided that, all right, we are going to have 4 sets of round robins. So what we did is to cause persons from the warring faction to come together in terms of planning and organizing a round robin event. So we did the first one at Fleet Street. When we did the first one, I was watching it and I was really and truly very nervous. The star team was present because we were all there to witness the outcome of this. I can tell you, it was a mass turnout. Persons really and truly, it's as if they want to party all along, but not just party. Persons show that they want to just bury the hatchet. And so this was great. Let me hasten to say to you though, that in terms of the proceeds from this round robin, the same community members, persons who people refer to as gangsters, decided that they are going to do care packages for the needy persons within the Parade Gardens community. And I can tell you, I don't know if there's anything to show in respect to that. But the person marched through the Parade Gardens community subsequent to the very first round robin event and were issuing care packages to the needy individuals, and that was really something that speaks volume. The second round robin is when now persons decided, and just bear this in mind as well. So there was some form of reward scheme, some incentive scheme where, Star decided that, listen, any community that can bring the vibes will be getting something additional. And I can tell you, it was a competition in a good way as to who can really bring the vibes. And the brand vibes was in fact brought when it comes to the second one, where persons from all over, gangsters as persons refer to them as, came together, drinking from the same table, drinking from the same bottle. And trust me, we saw it as something very, very great within the Parade Gardens community. So we did 4 round robins, and the 4 round robins that we did, you have persons coming together, the bar operators, persons who would have sell the corn on the roadside, the jerk chicken, all of these people coming together and have fun, enjoy themselves and make some money. And I can tell you, it was a wonderful occasion, and to the extent where persons are now breathing down our necks to say, when are we going to restart the round robin, because this is something that is great for the community. Let me say this, because as it relates to the successes of the Parade Gardens community, that is the truest example of the importance of social intervention. Let me repeat, the successes as it relates to the transformation of the Parade Gardens community is the truest example as to the importance of social intervention. Social investment pays dividend big time, I can tell you that. It is not just benefiting the persons in the Parade Gardens community, but it is also affecting commerce. When you have an environment that is conducive for persons to go to work and persons to just go to the restaurant on the side of the road or go to the little soup man or such like, it benefits every single individual who have business or who are residing within the Parade Gardens community. It is incumbent on all of us, donors alike, to ensure that they see it as something that is very, very imperative in terms of contributing to the social investment within the Parade Gardens community. Not just the Parade Gardens community, but at this point in time, the Rose Gardens community, they became very jealous and decided that, listen, whatever is happening down there, they want it in our space. Bear this in mind. Bear this in mind. From a community who the entire Jamaica was saying a year and a half ago that they don't want to even drive past, is a community now that is the envy of a whole lot of inner city communities across the length and breadth of Jamaica. Parade Gardens community at this point in time is ready for development, ready for the rebuilding process. And if it's a situation where you are hesitant in terms of investing, this is a very good reason for you to start thinking in terms of forking out and investing as it relates to the social aspect within the Parade Gardens communities. These persons realize at this point in time that they are persons who care about their welfare and their well-being. These persons, I'm giving a time to wrap up. These persons are persons who know that there's a Project Star. These persons are persons who know that there's a JSE who is on board with them, and we are willing to work with them, and we'll continue to work with them. And I can tell you at this point in time, Project Star and JSE is a very great combination, very great team for the people of Parade Gardens and its environs. Thanks very much.
You heard it from the critical partner, stakeholder man on the ground who works together with the Project Star team in what we call community intervention teams that meet on every 2 weeks or so to design strategies, monitor all the activities that are taking place across the communities in terms of social, training programs, football, entertainment, the community engagement and capacity building of the community leadership within the communities. All of these are activities that are taking place across the community. Early childhood, school feeding, homework centers. We have Walter Boyd now. Julian bring Walter Boyd on board now. And Walter Boyd is a part of the whole football program that we're rolling across, that we have across Jamaica. And the man he's totally passionate about the program. Because even my son has been going down and work with Walter as assistant coach to Walter, right? And in the Parade Gardens, and Walter goes into all the communities across Jamaica, Salt Spring, Westmoreland, Santa Maria, everywhere. So the point here though is that, DSP said, "Fark out." That's what him said, "Fark it out." Him said, "Fark it out." So where I am now is that we can demonstrate value. Hard data, which shows the impact that we're having. Hard data, how many communities have been engaged, how many parenting groups have been formed, how many football programs are out there rolling out, right? How many children are being fed, what is the result of that intervention with school feeding programs, attendance score. We have 52 key performance indicators across the 3 pillars. The most important is the community engagement, leadership and ownership are a part of the engagement process so they can own it and carry it forward even when Project Star are done, right? And we have 2.5 more years to go of Project Star. Our financing model has been one where the private sector came on board and they have funded this to get us out of the ground. The other element of that was we were utilizing we listed on the JSE. And this is last year. We got a little support, I think, with us. People were unsure exactly what this means because when they saw the Project Star IPO come out, everybody thinking IPO and they made plenty of money. I don't think they're recognizing that it's a social investment, and the return on your investment is a better Jamaica, a better investment climate. Crime costs us 5% of our GDP every year. That means if we can take down crime levels through crime prevention and not shoot to kill, what will happen? Then our GDP will increase. Then we have more business to do as a business community. We have less security costs. We have expanded the labor pool so that because everybody is looking for people, I can't find people. We have expanded the labor pool. They have in their community transformation plans that they're going to skill up the people so that they're available. And we don't have to stigmatize them anymore because they come from down this or they come from down this. Right? What we are doing is ensuring that they have access. We make sure we document them national ID, them TRN, them birth certificate. We put the senior citizens onto path. We put them onto them social pensions. We put them onto them NHF cards so they can get the benefits of the state. Because somehow they don't have access to these benefits, and we need to ensure that we give them the access to the benefits of the state. Because the money allocated in the budget by not reaching the people, we have to make sure that reaching people by working in partnership, Ministry of Labour, Social Security, Ministry of Justice, Heart, Ministry of National Security. It's a partnership. It's an all hands on deck approach, putting everybody together to work for this country. And to build out a community development model that is sustainable, that the communities can take forward, and the ministries, departments and agencies, Social Development Commission and others, can have a model that they can carry forward to really impact the most marginalized and underinvested communities in our country. So that's where we are. We're going to ask for your support, because we did the listing, and as I said, we weren't as successful as we wanted, but we have proof of concept now. We have demonstrated that this model works. And I think therefore it's a good time to open the conversation once again to ask you for your support, and through your corporate social responsibility budgets and otherwise, if you could join hands with us in partnership. Many private sector firms have come on board and supported STAR to date, but we would like to expand that level of support, because we know that at the end of the day, right, we're going to have a much more harmonious, reduced crime levels in Jamaica, and it's because we pay love and attention to these communities and provide access for them. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you very much for your time, and if you would like to have further information, we have our Project STAR website. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie. Speak up as a passionate social entrepreneur, business entrepreneur as well. Thank you much, Katie and team. Just speed, Superintendent. Excellent, excellent. I'm going to just ask very briefly, Nora Blake, manager of the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. The Project STAR is actually listed on the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, as Keith mentioned. So I'm just going to ask Nora to just share with you how you can help. Quickly.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know you are having lunch, but good afternoon. Thank you. So I have 2 minutes to share with you briefly the situation of the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange and where our footprint is. We have been set up in Jamaica to deal with the mobilization of resources into the social sector. So we have the Social Stock Exchange with the projects that we have selected, and additionally, we have taken on special projects. And of course, the STAR project is our first social IPO project that is listed on the exchange. Now, in the category of special projects, we have helped during COVID. We have helped when the volcano erupted in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have helped the Jamaican government to mobilize resources for tablets and laptops during COVID for the students. But we have a special appeal on the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange at this time for our neighbors in Cuba. Yesterday, we had the Cuban delegation presenting, and we took the opportunity then to share with you an appeal to help Cuba to overcome the devastation of the Hurricane Rafael. Half of you were not here yesterday. Those of you who were here, I'm asking, may we have your response to the pledge forms that were issued? And those of you who were not here, we're going to issue pledge forms again today and ask that you commit yourself to help Cuba, whether in cash or kind. You write it on your pledge form and just leave it for us on the table and we'll come around to collect. If you'd be kind enough to just raise your hands now, and the ladies will come to you and they will share with you a pledge form. Remember, Cuba is our closest neighbor. Cuba has been good to Jamaica, and Hurricane Rafael really had a serious debilitating effect on Cuba. So I thank you for listening, and I really am expecting a very strong response, because I know you're not giving all the money to STAR to Keith. So please reserve some for our neighbors in Cuba. Thank you.
you very much. As we wrap up lunch, we will continue our program. The next session is entitled The Right Mix of Monetary and Fiscal Policies to Drive Economic Growth. This section will be moderated by Andrea Kelly, General Manager, Jamaica Central Securities Depository. Jamaica Central Securities Depository. Trustee Services. Please help me welcome Andrea Kelly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you for the information that we are about to share with you. So it is my pleasure to moderate this session and to speak with you on a very topic, the right mix of monetary and fiscal policy to drive economic growth. We can all agree that both are important to investors, as this plays a pivotal part in determining the return on our investments. On Tuesday, the Most Honorable Dr. Andrew Holness spoke to us about the economic growth for Jamaica and that it has been anemic for many years. It begs the question, are we adopting the right economic mix for Jamaica? That is food for thought. Is it possible to create a balance between stability, employment, and economic price stability, employment, and economic stability? To help us decipher this statement and others is Dr. Lindsay Pagel, the Chief Economist at Stifel Financial. Her biography is in your agenda, however, I'll just share a few of her achievements with you. Dr. Lindsay Pagel is the Chief Economist for Stifel Financial. In her role, Dr. Pizas translates economic data, and I'm hoping I'm getting the correct pronunciation. Economic data and market moving events to assist institutional and private clients in better understanding today's economy and making thoughtful investment decisions. She specializes in the research and analysis of economic trends and activity, world economies, financial markets, and monetary and fiscal policies. Prior to her role with Stifel, she was a senior economist for an investment bank in New York City for 8 years, consulting clients in the US, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. A highly sought after speaker across national and international forums, Dr. Pizas is often quoted in the business press. She's a contributor for the BBC World Service and a regular guest at NBC, Bloomberg, CNN, Fox Business, as well as national radio and other news outlets. Let us welcome Dr. Pizas to the podium.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Let me start by thanking you for joining here today and giving me this opportunity to present on the state of the U.S. economy as really a case study to the question that was proposed, finding that desirable mix between monetary and fiscal policy, as there is no better example over the past several years in terms of conflicting monetary and fiscal policy. If I could grab the slides up on the screen. I think pictures will help with these comments. I think we might go ahead and do it without slides. We'll go ahead. Oh, nope, I got a signal. They're working on it. We'll go ahead and get started, and as they get the slides, we'll jump into the presentation. But I think it's very clear when we look out to 2025 and beyond. When we talk about the state of the U.S. economy, there's going to be three main factors that really drive what we can expect in terms of realized growth and activity in the marketplace. And that's going to be the consumer, inflation, and the tough policy decisions that are going to have to be made by both our monetary and our fiscal policy leaders. Now, in the U.S., the consumer has proven surprisingly resilient up until this point, despite all of the challenges that we faced in the domestic economy in terms of price increases, elevated borrowing costs. Inflation, meanwhile, has seen vast improvement in terms of coming down from peak levels. But in the U.S., inflation remains sticky and as of late has moved sideways. So when we talk about finding the right composition between monetary and fiscal policy, it's really going to come down to number three, those tough policy decisions that are going to be made by the Federal Reserve and the incoming administration. The Federal Reserve is desperately trying at this point to rein in inflation, but a potentially aggressive fiscal policy agenda is likely to complicate that achievement. But let's start at least with what's going right in the U.S., even with this conflicting direction of monetary and fiscal policy. As I mentioned, the U.S. consumer remains resilient. Resilient in terms of spending out in the marketplace. Resilience in good part thanks to the strength in the U.S. labor market. Now, I certainly don't want to oversell what we're seeing in terms of job creation in the U.S. As you can see, we have slowed over the past couple of years, but we're still talking about adding nearly 200,000 jobs to the U.S. labor market on a monthly basis. This is notably above the expansionary pace of the past three cycles. And more recently, we've seen an acceleration to over 290,000, a 9-month high in that December report. And we see further improvement in the U.S. labor market, again, despite these conflicting policy agendas, with an unemployment rate dropping to 4.1%. As you can see, nominally, this is incredibly low, but relative to the dotted yellow lines, this is what the Fed designates as the full employment range. We're well below the lower bound of that range, suggesting there's still a good amount of room for the Fed to remain in a tight policy response in the U.S. before we move up to that desired range. And it continues to perpetuate the notion that we see an ongoing disconnect between labor demand and labor supply back in the US. And it's because of this disconnect between labor demand and labor supply that we continue to see solid wages in the US. Now, down from an earlier peak level of near 6% back in 2022, we're still averaging 4% wage growth in the US, more than 80 basis points, or nearly a full percentage point above the pre-pandemic average. Now, that may not seem like a monumental spread, but it certainly is enough to continue to perpetuate this notion of resilience in terms of the US consumer, suggesting there's still a good amount of spending and borrowing power left to continue to propel the economy going forward. Of course, that's not to say that the US consumer isn't feeling pressure as a result of the challenges that we are facing in the US, as a result of arguably the lack of strength from monetary policy. Consumers are still facing elevated prices, elevated borrowing costs, the resumption of student debt payments, we can't forget that. And that is putting downward pressure on the consumer's ability to spend. But I would characterize it as a second derivative decline, meaning consumers are still out in the marketplace spending. They're simply doing so at a noticeably slower, albeit still positive pace. So you can see in that solid line the slowdown from double-digit growth down to 6, down to 4. We're now at lower single-digit levels. But even at that lower level, now averaging, let's call it around 3% spending, that's still sufficient to translate into top-line GDP of around 2–2.5% in the US. And that's even independent before we talk about some of the impacts from fiscal policy initiatives coming down the pipeline with the new administration. Now, higher borrowing costs, higher prices, these are certainly challenges for individuals and households in the US, but this is also complicating the business investment environment. As a result, we've seen again this second derivative decline in terms of corporate outlays deployed into the market. Businesses are still spending, but again, they're doing so at a noticeably reduced pace. We're losing momentum from that earlier, more robust trend. And I would expect this downward momentum to continue, at least in the early stages of the new year, meaning 2025, as reduced profits, or at least reduced profit expectations, lead to some credit quality problems on the margin, some closures, some bankruptcies, some layoffs. Now, businesses in the US struggling to stay afloat, and I would say this is a common theme globally, but businesses struggling to stay afloat have first and foremost resorted to closures. They've resorted to layoffs. We have seen that on the margin. But the number one pathway that we've seen in corporate America is a turn to technology. In the US, 50% of businesses say they've already reduced their existing labor force as a result of adopting technology and specifically AI. But more importantly, 80% of businesses in the US say they have plans to reduce their existing labor force as a result of adopting technology and AI. So in the US and globally, technology has been a cost savings lifeline for businesses, and it will continue to be so, but we cannot underestimate the impact that this is going to have on the composition of the labor, not just in the US, but across the world, across the globe, in terms of a potentially permanent displacement of millions upon millions of workers. Now, one other thing that I want to add when we talk about the impact of this imbalance between monetary and fiscal policy is how this has wreaked havoc on the housing market. Because we just talked about higher borrowing costs, higher prices, the inability to rein in inflation, complicating the picture for households and businesses. But it's also caused complete dysfunction in the US housing market. This rapid run-up in rates that we've seen over the past couple of years has completely eroded affordability, precluding would-be homebuyers from moving into the market. It's simply too expensive to buy a home. But this rapid run-up in rates coming from such a low level has also created a sizable lock-in effect, precluding existing homeowners from offloading their current property for risk of resetting to a significantly higher rate. Many Americans have a mortgage of less than 3%. So even if you were looking to buy a lower cost nominal asset, maybe you have a large house out in the suburbs and you're looking to downsize to a small condo in Florida, even if you're buying a lower cost asset, if you're resetting from sub 3% to 7.5% in terms of mortgage rate, that's going to result in a higher monthly payment, which most Americans simply cannot afford. But when we talk about the dysfunction in the U.S. economy, again, still resilient at this point, but a number of challenges. And one of the biggest challenges that I would point out is not stemming from the residential market, but the commercial side of things, the commercial real estate market in the U.S. We have trillions in commercial loans coming due in the next 1 to 3 years, resetting at significantly higher rates. So this is going to drive LTVs, loan-to-value ratios, from 30, 40% up to 70, 80%, maybe higher. That's going to require a significant amount of additional capital to be injected into the market to right-size these loans. Now, this is something that we've been talking about for quite some time. This was a red flag last year in 2024 that didn't come to fruition, but it's still lingering. It's still out there. It's not necessarily the next shoe to drop, but particularly in the U.S., as we struggle to get Americans not only back into the labor force, but back into the office, with return to office ratios still 50% on the top end in many of our major cities, there may not be the population growth, the population support to justify this further infusion in capital. And of course, then the contagion, the risk of contagion extends beyond just those primary office spaces to all the secondary and tertiary businesses that are built up around that office space. If we can't get Americans to go back into the office, well, they don't need anywhere to park their car, to get a sandwich on their lunch break, to drop off their dry cleaning. So the contagion extends to all those secondary and tertiary businesses as well. And the contagion effect also extends to the U.S. financial system, as the vast majority of those commercial real estate loans are held by institutions with less than $250 billion in assets on their books. So taking all this information and condensing it, what does that mean in terms of the growth outlook? As we continue to struggle to get monetary and fiscal policy aligned, we still are shaping up for a relatively optimistic outlook. Growth is looking to be in the ballpark of about 2.5% over the next 12 to 18 months. Consumers are still spending. Businesses are still investing, but they're doing so at a noticeably reduced pace, translating into a baseline of about 2.5% growth. Nothing overly robust or optimistic, but nothing to sneeze at either. That being said, the risk of recession, something we're struggling here with the domestic economy, this risk still remains very real for the U.S. as well. I put the risk at about 20% over the next 12 to 18 months, so certainly not zero by any means. But the Fed, the central bank of the U.S., remains focused on achieving that utopic soft landing. Can it be done? Well, in the U.S., we don't have a great track record for achieving that delicate balance. In fact, in the U.S., it's only been done once in the last 60 years. And I'm being generous. I'm going back over 11 business cycles. It's only been done once, back in the early 1990s under Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan. Some of you might remember him. So when I look at this chart and I think about this ongoing disconnect between monetary and fiscal policy, my biggest concern for the U.S. is not an outright recession or a downturn. My biggest concern is stagflation. Should the Fed, should monetary policy continue to fail and tolerate above target inflation, that could allow growth to be eroded further as we move forward, resulting in elevated prices and stagnant GDP, the very definition of stagflation. That conundrum of low growth and elevated prices that many of our developed and developing counterparts are facing. Certainly something we're facing here in the Jamaican economy. And it's a risk that becomes increasingly real for the US, given the state of our fiscal balance sheet. $35 trillion of debt. A debt to GDP ratio pushing up near 7%, double the historic average for the country. So when we talk about this massive expansion of the government's balance sheet, which did not happen overnight, there's not one administration we can blame for that, or one time frame. This has been occurring over years for a number of reasons. But when we look at this massive expansion of the government's balance sheet, this will continue to not necessarily drive higher rates, but certainly put a floor under the expectation for longer run real rates, potentially inciting further inflation, and at the very least complicating monetary policy's ability to rein in price stability. It's also a very real risk when we look at the changes that we can anticipate from fiscal policy. Some of you may have seen in the news, we have a new administration coming into the White House. And with him is coming a very aggressive fiscal policy agenda. The incoming administration has talked about increasing tariffs, lowering taxes, putting in place more stringent immigration laws, and also taking a more positive focus on domestic energy production. So there's a long list of policy proposals. The question is, how is that going to impact the domestic or the global economy? And the answer is, it depends. It's going to very much depend on how these policies are implemented and the speed at which they're implemented. Remember, on the campaign trail, as with any presidential race, they're heavy on promises, very limited on specifics or details. In terms of tariffs, at first blush, that may feel inflationary. Tariffs in and of themselves are not inflationary. It's a one-time price hike. It lacks the upward momentum necessary to generate the inflationary spiral, but a retaliatory tit-for-tat reaction between the US and its trading partners could absolutely result in inflationary pressures. And we saw that in the first round Trump administration. So it depends. In terms of tax reductions, this could lead to a tax-reduced fueled spending binge among US consumers. At the same time, the Trump administration has focused on eliminating waste, or at least honing in on waste and trying to eliminate waste. If that's the case, and we're able to identify enough areas, enough sectors of inefficiencies and waste, that could more than offset the loss of government revenues from a reduction in taxes, potentially leading then to a stronger growth profile or even a reduced inflation outlook. Again, it depends. It's going to very much depend on how these policies are implemented and again, the speed at which they're implemented. So for the Fed, turning to the monetary policy side, with expansionary fiscal policy continuing expectedly through the Trump administration, for the Fed, a bloated and growing government balance sheet, rising equity market valuations. The stock market in the US seems to love good data, it seems to love bad data. A more confident and spendy consumer. Then you layer on international and geopolitical risks, not to mention this potentially aggressive fiscal policy agenda under new leadership in Washington. And these are far from the ideal conditions that the Fed had expected years into the process of trying to tackle inflation. So for the Fed, it all comes down to this picture here, inflation. There were earlier concerns about emerging weakness in the labor market that failed to come to fruition. The concern now is getting inflation under control. We've come down from peak levels, but looking all the way to the right-hand side of the chart, it should not give you any sense of confidence. It doesn't give me confidence that we're on a sustainable downward trajectory to 2%. If anything, the latest data points say we're simply moving to the sideways. Not necessarily all of them moving to the upside, but we've lost that downward momentum. Now, that wasn't enough to derail monetary policy from easing in December. It wasn't enough to derail the Fed's plans from a third round rate cut in December, totaling 100 basis points in policy easing. But at the same time, the Fed opted to cut rates yet again in December. They accompanied that decision with a very positive, very hawkish assessment of conditions in the underlying economy. The Fed talked about solid growth. The Fed talked about a strong labor market. The Fed even acknowledged the still sticky high level of inflation. And at the same time, they meaningfully adjusted higher their expectations for rates, now anticipating just 50 basis points of rate cuts this year, just 50 basis points of rate cuts next year, potentially taking us to a neutral level of 3% in the longer run. Now, keep in mind that I'm not saying monetary policy is at the correct level. Monetary policy is still, quote, firm. But monetary policy is a reflection of the evolution of the data. And at this point, we are seeing stubbornly elevated, somewhat positive numbers on the growth side, but stubbornly elevated inflation, forcing the market to recalibrate expectations from between 6 to 7 rate cuts as of September last year to now the new forecast of just 1 to 2 rate cuts. You can see how the market repriced expectations going from the purple line to the green line, how the pendulum has swung. With that lack of weakness failing to come to fruition in the labor market and inflation proving stubbornly elevated, yes, there's still room for some policy easing, but the takeaway is that this is a Fed slowly moving monetary policy back towards neutral as the data normalize. This is not a Fed rushing to provide support to an ailing economy. As Chair Powell himself has said, we've taken great strides to ease policy from earlier firm levels, 100 basis points. That's 1% in terms of rate reductions. At this point, if the economy remains as strong as it does, at this point, if inflation remains as sticky as it does, we can continue to be very cautious and patient in further changes of monetary policy, setting them up for a policy pivot, a policy pause later this month at the January meeting as the Fed considers how still tight monetary policy will interact with ongoing expansionary fiscal policy coming to Washington. And with that, I think I'll hand it back over to my moderator to continue.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lindsay. I will raise a few questions and then I'll give the audience an opportunity to pose your questions. Successive governments, Dr. Lindsay, often use taxation and spending to stimulate growth or to slow down an economy. Whilst both are important to ensuring economic stability, of course, create trust in policy making, there's often a trade-off between raising funds to pay taxes and the demand is created for these funds to pay the taxes. How can a country attain the right mix between fiscal and monetary policy?
Test 1, 2, test. Well, I think that's the balance that the U.S. is struggling with right now. Trying to find the balance is a very difficult point, but I think the starting point is to have monetary and fiscal policy moving in the same direction. One of the challenges that the U.S. has faced in the past several years is that fiscal policy has been desperately trying to restrict the economy. We saw the Fed drastically raise rates to a peak of 5.5%, trying to drain liquidity out of the market and slow the consumer in order to rein in inflation. At the same time, we saw fiscal policy expand. We saw more outlays, further growth in the government's balance sheet. And so when you have monetary and fiscal policy moving in opposite directions, well, therein lies, first and foremost, the biggest problem. You're going to see a lack of action on either side of those policies being implemented.
And high interest rate regime can impact growth. Why are central banks reluctant to reducing interest rates?
Well, I don't think they're reluctant to reduce interest rates. In fact, when we look at the central bank of the U.S., I would argue that Federal Reserve Chairman Powell is desperate to provide relief to the U.S. economy. Unfortunately, it's the organic conditions that we see in the economy that is precluding their ability to lower rates. Now, we have seen the Fed, as I mentioned, cut rates about 100 basis points, but with inflation stubbornly elevated, further reducing interest rates, while it may stimulate growth, risks inciting further inflationary pressures. And as we know, if we cannot reinstate price stability in the U.S., and Chair Powell has said this multiple times, the U.S. economy doesn't work for anyone. So they're not hesitant to change policy, but they are very aware of the consequences of implementing easy policy without the correct inflationary environment.
For many years, Caribbean countries have been experiencing anemic economic growth.
Yes, and continue to.
That's correct. What can be done to stimulate growth in these economies?
First and foremost, investment. And we've heard a number of speakers addressing this. Investing in local communities, investing in the people, and also, I would say, investing in productivity. And that was something that was very much languishing from the U.S. recovery for the past several years, this lack of growth in productivity. While there are some caps in terms of investing in education and healthcare, it's virtually unlimited when it comes to potential productivity gains. So it all comes down to investment.
What would you consider a tax rate of 25% across the board for these low growth economies?
Well, there's certainly benefits and risks to a flat. It becomes more efficient and reduces complications. It could also spur some local investment and free up capital to spur growth longer term. But in the near term, that could result in a significant reduction in government revenues. And then by extension, at least in the near term, retard growth in the near term. It also, and this is one of the biggest factors that you have to consider when you talk about a flat tax, is it puts an uneven burden on the lowest income earners. Sometimes that progressive income tax rate results in a more favorable division of burden, as well as a more favorable growth outlook longer term.
What would you recommend to an economy that has high taxation rates?
Well, in terms of trying to find that additional revenue source, if we're assuming ceteris paribus, no change in outlays, in that case, I would say a progressive tax rate is probably the most beneficial in order to continue to maintain the current spending levels and at the same time increase opportunity for further investment, as we talked about, either in local people or in areas of productivity.
Thank you, Dr. Lindsay. I am going to open the floor for questions. First question. Go ahead.
Hello. Hearing? So we saw the unusual circumstance where rapidly improving U.S. economy actually saw the fiscal deficit expand. That's better, guys? All right, great. All right, so once again, roll Pinnock. Roll Pinnock, I said. So, Lindsay, so we saw the unusual circumstance in the last administration where a rapidly recovering U.S. economy resulted in an expanded fiscal deficit, right? And of late, the Fed funds rate has come down, but the U.S. Treasury curve, long bond yields have gone up, right? So my question is, in that kind of peculiar circumstance, like how much of that increase in yields do you attribute to a higher expectation of growth from the incoming deregulatory and stimulatory administration, and how much of that is a concern for the expanding deficit? And to the extent that the expanding deficit is driving the concerns, what are the chances that that would force fiscal consolidation in a context of $1 trillion of interest costs? And what does that do to the base case GDP forecast?
So let's start with the first question in terms of the response of the market despite the Fed cutting rates, because normally you would expect longer rates to come down. But this time around, what we saw is the Fed rate cuts were associated with reversal in longer end yields, reflecting, I think, two factors. One, revised expectations for further Fed easing. Early on, when the Fed opened the floodgates with a 50 basis point cut in September, investors anticipated them to continue suit, to continue lowering rates until we reach neutral, maybe even below. As there was fear of slower growth, there was a fear of weakness in the labor market, but those expectations now have been replaced by very muted further Fed policy action to the downside. The second factor is the realization that perhaps $35 trillion in debt is an unsustainable level. Now, we can laugh at that because, again, as I mentioned during prepared remarks, this did not happen overnight. I don't know why all of a sudden the market is choosing to focus on this bloated government balance sheet. Well, that's not fair. We actually, if you remember, we did have a bit of a wake-up call back in October of 23, and the 10-year went to 5% as the U.S. underwent their usual debt negotiations. But as soon as the notion of the Fed potentially cutting rates came onto line, the concerns of a bloated government balance sheet just fell to the wayside. But now it has come back into the limelight. I think in part because we have a new administration coming in with a very aggressive fiscal policy agenda, which could potentially further expand that balance sheet. But for those two factors, I think that is what's driving higher longer-term rates, and at the very least will continue to put a floor under longer-term rates going forward, even if we see further policy relief from the Fed, one or two additional rate cuts leading to lower yields on the short end, but allowing the longer end to continue to move higher, potentially steepening the yield curve. As far as the expectations for the federal government's balance sheet going forward, assuming no reduction in outlays. Now that's a big assumption because we have heard from the Trump administration a very clear focus on reducing inefficiencies. But if we assume that DOGE is not successful, I do expect a further expansion of the balance sheet to the tune of $2 to $4 trillion over the coming years. So the expectation of potentially getting down debt to GDP ratio to 3%, let me just say that's not our base case scenario. I think that's going to be a challenge, to say the least. We've been settling at about a 6 to 7% debt to GDP ratio for years at this point. It's going to be very difficult to get down to a significantly lower level, particularly given one of the agenda items of the Trump administration, the key agenda items, is a reduction in the individual tax rate, trying to make permanent or at least extending the original Trump tax cuts in from the first term.
Okay, well, I figure you meant deficit to GDP, right?
Deficit to GDP, 6 to 7%.
So, do you see the higher rates acting as any kind of a brake on GDP growth at any point?
Well, we're not overly optimistic in terms of our growth outlook. Our outlook for GDP is still 2.5%, which, again, nothing to sneeze at, but only marginally above the bare minimum that you should expect for a developed economy. 1% for productivity gains, 1% for population. There's your 2%, that's the baseline, and we're only expecting about 50 basis points or so above that. But that does factor in the expectation that rates remain at this elevated level and could push higher in terms of the 10-year up to a 5% level. That's already baked into our baseline forecast, that continued upward pressure of longer end rates.
Thank you, Nita.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Colin Brown. One quick question. You mentioned earlier regarding the push for work. What we want to know in terms of managing real estate, managing the real estate assets, what I'm trying to say is, how do you see like the portfolio managing these assets? Are they holding, are they selling real estate assets?
So what we've seen is a tremendous amount of risk building in the commercial real estate market in the US. And we saw this as interest rates skyrocketed, which obviously undermine affordability in the residential side, but it undermines valuations on the commercial side. Now, I would have expected some of this shortfall to come to play out in 2024, even late 2023, but we have not seen that come to fruition. There's incentive on both sides of the deal to push out negotiations at a time when most anticipated rates would be lower, at a time when most anticipated that Fed would be able to provide additional policy relief, inflation would be lower. So the reason that both sides of these deals were willing to push the timeline out is the anticipation of more favorable economic and market conditions, which have not come to fruition. And if we do not see that materialize over the next 12 to 18 months, I would expect a sizable disruption to the commercial market. Again, as these loans are coming due and will require a significant amount of capital to reset in this higher rate environment.
Are there any other questions?
Keith Cotton. Can you go into a bit more information on the consumer, the US consumer, which has been holding up everything? In particular, the fact that there was a perception for, say, the travel and tourism industry that there was, at least here anyway, that there was a slight decline in US consumers' tendency to want to travel externally during the election season and so on. But can you give us, looking at the US hospitality industry, which correlates somewhat with the retail sector, can you give us an outlook for that in particular as part of the overall GDP outlook?
Absolutely. The U.S. consumer, as you know, is the backbone to the U.S. economy. And what we've seen is surprising resilience on part of the consumer. Now, early on, that resilience was funded by ample fiscal policy support, trillions upon trillions of dollars pumped into the marketplace. And the concern was, as all of that fiscal stimulus concluded, well, the U.S. consumer was then poised to fall off a cliff. But what we saw is the consumer found other avenues to support spending. Consumers turned to 401ks. Hardship withdrawals are up double digits since the start of the year. With interest rates higher, we see positive interest earnings. And of course, we also saw consumers relying on more positive income growth, with real income growth, so adjusting for inflation, turning positive as of the start of 2023. And of course, being Americans, we also turn to credit cards, with outstanding balances up over $1.3 trillion. So there's a number of supports that have come into play to continue to support the U.S. consumer. So that's broadly the answer in terms of the health of the U.S. consumer. The next part of the question is, where are these dollars being allocated? Well, during the pandemic, if you remember, we wanted stuff. We wanted electronics, we wanted exercise equipment, toys, anything to entertain ourselves and our families. But post-pandemic, we reverted to a pre-pandemic preference for experience, for services. And so the US consumer has dramatically shifted away from stuff and things towards experience. And one of those experiences that has continued to see double-digit growth is travel. Americans want to travel to Jamaica or to Machu Picchu to get that selfie to go on social media. Americans want to go to concerts, the Taylor Swift concert, or out to eat. So we have seen consumers, yes, cut down on the dollars, the nominal dollars spent relative to years past, but we've also seen a dramatic shift in where those dollars are being allocated away from goods consumption towards services.
Thank you so very much for your insightful views on fiscal and monetary policy, and to the audience for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you, Dr. Lindsay. Excellent presentation. Our next session, as we move along, will be moderated by Javon Keys, and it's removing the barriers, giving entrepreneurs access to capital. Big question. Please welcome Javon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. No, that doesn't sound like a good afternoon at all. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Because it has been an exciting few days, and we're going to continue the exciting conversation, and we're looking at removing barriers, entrepreneurs having access to capital. And I know all of you in this room are very familiar with the challenges and realities of accessing capital, correct? No, so like you're not actually familiar. I know you just had lunch, and I know some of you may be suffering from postprandial apathy. We know what that is? In Jamaica, we call that what? Right, but we're not going to have that in this discussion because it is a very exciting and important discussion. The reality is that most businesses in Jamaica are considered micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Correct? And I hear somebody say here in the audience. That means that I've not lost everybody after the eating lunch. And the reality is that in 2022, the company's Office of Jamaica reported that there were over 69,000 active companies. But guess what? There were more than 200,000 registered businesses. That tells me, ladies and gentlemen, that we're not short of ideas. And we saw that yesterday in the pitch competition. Many of you were not here, but it was an exciting pitch competition. Anybody was here for that? No? So ladies and gentlemen, I'm a very jealous presenter and I like your attention. And when we're going to be talking up here, I know the personnel would really crave your attention as well. All right, so more than 200,000 businesses registered, which means we're not short of ideas. We're not short of the thought process to get something off the ground, but the follow through has always been the issue. The company's office also recognizes that most businesses a number of these businesses in operation are not actually in the formal sector. And a big part of that precludes them from accessing opportunities to gain capital, and it prevents them from entering the formal sector and getting actual capital through banks and other financial institutions. So we're going to talk about removing those barriers, jumping over those barriers, and we have an expert panel, and as I invite them, I'm going to ask you to put your hands together for them. As I invite Ms. Latoya Wilson. So we're not following instructions, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Latoya Wilson, who is the Managing Director of Morgan Stanley of Inclusive Ventures Group, which is a part of the Morgan Stanley firm, and she works to strengthen the firm's connection with multicultural business community by identifying, developing, and executing commercial opportunities with corporate, government, and individual clients. Put your hands together for her one more time. As I also have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Christopher Buchanan, Senior Vice President, Investment Banking, NCB Capital Markets, Barbados. And of course, he was recently appointed, my apologies, like Senior Executive Vice President, Investment Banking at NCB Capital Markets. He was formerly in Barbados. Correct with that, sir? There we go. So we have that adjustment. And of course, he has more than 15 years of experience, practical experience in the financial services industry, including looking at collections, retail banking, retail investments, and corporate investments, as well as syndication and investment banking. And last but certainly not least, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Carl Townsend, Chief Country Officer, Group Capital Markets Unit at JMB Group. And of course, Mr. Townsend, as was said, Chief Country Officer, Capital Markets Unit at JMB Group, where he and his team are responsible for assisting companies to raise debt and equity capital via initial public offer, IPO, private and public issues of preference shares and bonds. And I want to say most importantly on this resume, a past student of St. Jago High School, but that's a whole other conversation. Now let's delve into it. I started to set some context for you, ladies and gentlemen, but as many of you are already aware, there are a number of other barriers. So yes, the idea of the formalization of these in particular businesses, that's one, but there are others. We all know the high interest rate environment, and we know those conversations surrounding reducing interest rates, it being unfavorable for loan terms, correct? Are you with me in this room, ladies and gentlemen? So I need you to respond to me, ladies and gentlemen, if you are with me. So we have those high interest rates. We have the limited collateral and credit history for many of these firms because they've not been borrowing, they don't have that credit history, which means that they have challenges getting that capital. Lack of financial literacy is another portion of the challenge being experienced too, because here in Jamaica, money is something, is like Bruno from the movie that they talk about. We don't talk about Bruno, you know what I'm talking about? We don't talk about Bruno, we don't talk about money. And that's why this conversation that we're having now is very important, because we have to talk about money to boost education so people can know what to do. We also have the issues surrounding venture capital and alternative financing in the space and institutional bureaucratic barriers. So let me start by going to my panel, and I'm gonna come to Mr. Townsend first. Outside of these issues that we've pointed out here, are there any others that you see as major barriers or hurdles for businesses in Jamaica seeking to access capital?
Thanks, Javon. So I'd like to reorient the conversation a bit, because in my experience, when entrepreneurs speak about a lack of access to capital, typically what they're speaking about is a lack of access to debt capital. And I think entrepreneurs need to start reorienting their minds that debt capital is only one form of capital. And if you're an entrepreneur, start a business or an early stage business, you really ought not to be thinking about debt, right? Because nobody's going to lend you money anyway. Because as you pointed out, you have no track record. The business can't sustain debt, can't sustain interest costs. What you ought to be thinking about is, how do I raise equity to get my business going to the point where it can then begin to support debt? So let's take an example, and let's go from the pitch competition yesterday, which I moderated. So if you have a company that is early stage, just starting up, you have an idea, so you are the chief ideation officer, which you ought to be. You want to prove your concept, right? So you need money to build out that product or that service. Really what you ought to be doing is going to your friends, your family, and what we call the fools, right? FFF money, friends, family, and fools. So these are the people who are coming very early, and they want to support you because they like your idea. You give them a piece of your company. The valuation at that point is going to be fairly low because it's the highest risk stage of your business. But you get that money in, you use that money to develop your concept, to build it up. Then the next stage is, having proven the concept, you want to commercialize. Because now your customers need to sell. You can go back again to another set of people, which is your venture capital market, to raise more money to do that, and you sell. When the business gets to a commercial stage, they can raise more money or debt or whatnot, takes along that continuum. But I find that a lot of entrepreneurs, right out the gate, they're saying, I want to borrow money. And the question is, why would you want to do that? Right? You're not going to get any kind of debt capital to support your business because it's not at that stage. And that's the final thing I would say is, a half of a melon is always bigger than 100% of an orange. And I want you to repeat that. I want you to repeat that for me. Right? A half of a melon is always going to be bigger than 100% of an orange.
break that down to somebody in the audience who may not be into agriculture and understand.
About it, if you think about Mark Zuckerberg, and he only owns, I think, some under 2% of Meta, right? Bill Gates owns under 20% of Microsoft, etc., etc. So what that is telling you is, if you dream big, you get money, get equity into your business to grow the business. Stop worrying about the fact that you need to own 100%, because 100% of zero is zero.
And that's quick math right there. I'm gonna come to you shortly, Latoya, but let me move to you, Christopher. Do you hold these sentiments? And also, you're coming with experience from the Eastern Caribbean. Do the issues that we also see here in Jamaica, are those pervasive to the Eastern Caribbean and by and large the rest of the Caribbean?
So definitely, the issues that we face are across the region. In terms of capital, I'm going to piggyback on what Carl said. I think in terms of from a debt financing, we're very deep. We have our commercial banks, credit unions, movement, microfinance institutions. So in terms of loan financing, that is available. However, when you start to go a little bit down the capital structure, that is when financing becomes much more difficult. And taking a slight turn, I think we need to be better at telling the story. One of the things that I believe, when we look at our history and in West African cultures, the storyteller was charged in ensuring that what we learned was passed down from one generation to the other. And it was able to capture our minds and imagination and allowed us to dream big. Now, when it is that an entrepreneur is telling his story about the business, it captures us as investors, because really and truly it's not just about, we're all people, right? So before we can start to think dollars and cents, we have to think, hey, does this make sense? Is this in line with what I know? How does this feed into our experiences, etc. So when it is that we start to tell the story, where that entrepreneur has been, what they have gone through, how they have overcome challenges, what they're looking to do in the future, as stewards of capital, we are then able to say, hey, how can we help you and put you on the right path? We have to get us involved and get us involved early. So if it is that the story is not being told right, or we get in piecemeal, we can't connect the dots. And so we have to also take some accountability on our side as well. We have to help our entrepreneurs to tell the story right. And as investment bankers, we take that story and we help it tell to other investors to connect the two. So there has to be some accountability from our side as well, with regards to how is it that we capture the imagination of our investors and bring them along the ride.
So it's a multifaceted approach or storytelling regime, essentially. So you, as the investment banking community, and by and large, the general finance community, you have a role to play. The individuals themselves also have a role to play. I mean, I have a follow-up question that I'll come back to ask both Carl and yourself, because the conversation I have with, and I mean, I've been a business reporter for the last 8 years until recently where I've changed hats, and the perennial conversation with small businesses is that if we're not registered, we can't get the loan. We can't get the loan, we can't comply. And it's a cycle. So you're mentioning the fact, and this is true, we have microfinancing institutions, we have banks who have now become much more accommodative of many institutions that are much smaller, but at the same time, they are still lamenting that this is still not enough for them and they want a lot more. So I'm going to pose that question back to the rest of the team shortly, but Latoya, let me bring you in here. You have the experience of a larger market. You're from, your focus is particularly the US, and you are seeing these issues as well because they're not unique to the Caribbean.
Yes, exactly. So first of all, thank you for having me here. This is exciting. Thank you to the Jamaica Stock Exchange, Gavin Logan, for inviting me. And I echo everything that my fellow panelists mentioned. One of the things that I think, as entrepreneurs, and I talk to my entrepreneurs all the time about this, they fail to think about the bigger picture. How am I showing up as an entrepreneur? How am I telling the story of my business? Do I understand the market? Do I understand the problem that I'm solving? Is there a market opportunity here? A lot of founders forget to take that initial step back and understand, one, yes, I have this amazing idea, but is this something that the investor community would be interested in investing in? Is there an opportunity for upside from the investment community? You really have to get to understand the market. What's the opportunity before you can even go out and market whatever it is that you're building? You have to build. You have to understand your customer base. You have to have a business, understand the market. And if you can't speak to any of that, it's going to be really difficult to raise money. It's going to be really difficult to execute on your vision. So I really would recommend entrepreneurs, even starting out early on, to just understand the fundamentals of your business, understand the fundamentals of the target, your audience, all of that, in order to really try to work and scale. And then from a network perspective, we already know that getting access to information, knowledge is really difficult, but there are so many resources, especially from a technological perspective, where founders can really go online, connect to different affinity groups. We tell people this in the US all the time. What are networks that can really help me to build this business and then connect me to the right pockets or pool of capital as needed and as I scale and try to grow the business?
So the idea of being in the right spaces, having the right conversations, that's a big part of the efforts to building your business and seeking to get the capital that you're looking for. So back to that follow-up question now, and I'm going to come back to you, Carl, on that. So again, every conversation I have with various small, medium-sized enterprises, they say they want more flexible arrangements as it relates to loans and the ability to actually access these various avenues to get capital. But you pointed out, Mr. Buchanan, that we have a myriad of these opportunities existing. How would you respond to those sentiments from members of the small and medium-sized enterprise community saying that what exists now is not enough?
Right, I still go back to my original point, which is you have to reorient your mind, right? A lot of SMEs are single, focused, they are dominated by one person, right? This is the person that started the business, they are the original ideas, etc., etc. But if it is that you want to get any kind of financing, right? A financier is looking for a particular structure, right? Because they want to protect their investment. They want to at least believe that you're going to be good stewards of that money and they're going to make a return on their investment. Now, some investments will fail as the nature of life, but you don't invest your money with the intention to fail, right? Things happen along the way. A lot of businesses, as I said, they are dominated by one person. But here's what. If you are the chief ideation officer, you're the one that came up with the idea for this product or the service. That's one pillar. But businesses also need management, right? You need marketing, you need PR. Now, you could have the greatest business in the world. If nobody knows about it, it isn't going anywhere. And so the person who is the driver behind the business, who has the ideas, who can develop the product or the service, chances are not going to have that skill set to get that product to market, to the marketing and PR and so on. The other pillar that you need is financial management. And 99.9% of these entrepreneurs are not good at putting financial policies and processes in place. And that's a big part of their challenge. So that when they come to seek financing, and you say to them, let me see what you've done in the past. Let me see some kind of historical financial record. Whether it's audited, or management accounts are unaudited or whatnot, they have a very difficult time producing that. Right? So you have to have those three pillars in place. But again, I go back to the point that depends on where you are in your business life cycle. Debt may not be the right thing for you. And so you need to move your mind away from thinking about debt. Right? There are so many other avenues to raise capital, but you have to put things in place. You have to be able to articulate your vision, as Chris said, so that when you're speaking to someone, you can say to them, this is my product and service, this is how I'm going to target the market, this is what my price point is, this is my competition. And I always say to clients, look, it's not that difficult. There are a lot of examples out there. If you want to put together a business plan, just pull up any prospectus that has been done for the company. That's really what a business plan is. And you can take that, you can scale it down, obviously. So you have something that you can speak about when you go to look financing, but you have to put things in place. You can't just jump up on you and say, I want some money to borrow to do X, Y, Z, and expect you're going to get it. You know, you have to put things in place. You have to put policies in place. You have to be able to articulate your vision. And you have to have a own mindset that says, maybe debt is not the right thing for my business at this stage. Am I willing to give up a piece of my business to get the capital to grow to the point where I can actually take on it?
Starting somewhere. Now, your response to that, you know, what I put on the table, the businesses may be watching now and saying, I hear you, and I hear your way, what you're telling me, but still I go down to X-Bank, who many of them may be in this room, and they might tell them, so they can't get nothing because.
All right. So to drive home this point, I'm going to tell a quick story, right? So on the first evening of the conference, I met an entrepreneur, I will call him Jay, right? Jay came and said, you know, was letting me know about a property he bought up in Lawrence Tavern. Nice property that you're able to drive and go and park and a lot of trees, etc. You know, you don't have to go out of town or too far, 45 minutes from Manor Park, right? And he was telling me that he wants to develop the property, put a few cabins there, etc. And you know, he is actually making money now. Cars are coming, they're collecting every weekend, right? I'm saying, wow, that's wonderful. You know, how much you looking to make? How much you make per weekend? He said, boy, Chris, I make about 300,000 per weekend, you know. I said, wow, just by just having the property? He said, yes, people come and park, everybody enjoying it. And I asked a quick question. I said, all right, after you make that 300,000, you deposit in the bank? He said, no, you know. I said, geez. Because I know that unless you're able to show and prove this cash flow, that 300,000, and while it is that you're making money and it is nice and passive, I can't verify it. And if I can't verify it, then it makes it difficult for us to be able to put further capital and put further investment if we don't understand what is coming in, right? And I said all of that to say that education is so important. It's small things that, you know, there's a reason why these financial institutions are having, you know, the guardrails in place, because they are protecting other person's capital. We have to ask the question, why is they asking for these things? How is it, you know, that I'm able to put certain things in place to produce it? And can we work together to get these things in place? So I believe that Jay is going to start to deposit those monies every weekend, every Monday, right? And then take it back to paying him staff through his NCB card.
Creating that flow.
Right? And what he's going to do is that his business banker is going to see a consistent level of cash flow that they can then use to help him find financing for better. So I'm going to push him to education.
And if Jay isn't registered, because we've heard the stories, many of you in this room, I'm sure, of businesses who now get the opportunity to benefit from various programs. It could be through the DBJ or whatever it is, but then they weren't registered. They started operations before, but they didn't register. And then when they finally registered, they've not been doing business long enough to benefit from many of these programs. So you're right. The idea of taking the right steps and finding out exactly what needs to be in place is a big part of that, and the education process is critical. Now, we've clearly seen that we're not short of ideas here in Jamaica. I mentioned that earlier. We have thousands of businesses registered, and many businesses in operation, of course. But the biggest hurdle, or one of the biggest hurdles, is the idea of scaling. So you start operating, but you're seeing the same flows. You're not building, you're not growing. From your experience, Latoya, what are some of the major issues thwarting the ability to scale? And I mean, you started to speak to that in your opening presentation, but scaling is a big issue for many of the businesses that currently exist. How do we move fast, moving steady, and now tapping that accelerator to grow?
So that's a great question, and I think, you know, it's going to depend on each individual's particular business. But I think if you think about scaling, right, and growth, and when, you know, investors come in, a company should recognize that they're probably at that inflection point where they may need to introduce some new technology. How do I operate more efficiently so I can service more customers? That's really when you start to think about scaling. What do I need to do from an operating perspective to take this business to the next level? It's never going to be, business as usual. If I just have, a specific customer base, is there a new set of customers that I want to target, right? That can be considered, okay, how do I get to that level? How do I service those customers to then think about scaling? Is there, technology that I can implement to help reach more people? That's really when you start to, again, think about taking the business to the next level. What additional markets you can service? What additional problem you can tackle on? And scaling, have you saturated or have you monetized mostly the market that you're already in? It's going to take a business, time to kind of sit back and strategize on where they are and then where they want to be or go to the next level to try to figure out and understand if scaling is the right time or if they've reached or tapped out the market that they're already in and should be thinking about some additional market to tackle.
Indeed, let me bring you in, Carl. I mean, based on your experience, biggest barriers to scaling and how do we overcome them? And let me add to that because all of you on this panel have already brought up the importance of research. Looking at the business or product or service that you're trying to offer, where it sits in the market and how you can offer that value proposition that will make you unique or will make you be that business that people want to do business with. So from your experience, scaling, challenges, how do we overcome them?
So I think one of the things entrepreneurs have to look at, and again, it's a mindset change, is that as you look to scale your business, you don't have to bring in additional people and additional resources. So if you're a one-man band entrepreneur that started a business and gets to a particular point, and you want to scale, you have to recognize that you can't no longer do everything yourself, right? At some point, you need to bring in professional management, you need to bring in additional resources, you need to bring on board technology to help you to get there. And of course, you need to bring on capital, and we had that capital discussion already. But I think that's a part of the challenge that, there are entrepreneurs who are afraid of taking on additional people, allowing them to help them to grow. And a lot of times that becomes a hindrance in and of itself, right? Because they want to control everything all the way through. And as you scale and grow your business, you can no longer do that. You need to focus on the brand strategy and bring other people in to help you to do some of the day-to-day operational stuff. So I think that's one of the things that entrepreneurs need to look at.
But I know for many entrepreneurs, that's easier said than done. Because you remember the days when you had no food, perhaps getting this business started, it's your baby for many persons. How do you pass that reality of creating the business, pouring your blood, sweat, and tears? I mean, you still have to, but the point is, there are times when you realize that if it is that PR is not your strategy, maybe you need to call me. Or if you realize that you have skills that you need skills that you don't have, then you're going to need to expand the horizons and get those persons involved. So how do you pass that? And of course, you're going to add to the conversation as well, your perspective on scaling and what businesses need to do that.
So I'm going to bring it to an area that I think most of the people in the room would can attest to, right? You speak about a company being your baby, but as far as I know, babies grow. And they have to be weaned. And at some point, you have, the baby that you had and you held close to you start to walk, and they start to talk, and they start to develop their own personality, and soon they go into high school, and it's not mommy this or mommy that anymore, and of course, as parents, you have to kind of let go. And it is the same type of thinking that you have to have with your business. You have to trust. You have to, you hire people to manage your areas. You have to trust them to do their work. You have to, if the business is still dependent on you day to day, then chances are you might not be an entrepreneur, you might just be self-employed.
I think you need to say that for the persons in the room that missed that. Repeat that gem for me.
Say, if your business depends on you on a day-to-day basis, you might not be an entrepreneur, you might just be self-employed.
Hope you're hearing that. With that said, let me move to Latoya, because there's the view that there needs to be certain frameworks in place to support businesses, especially as they look to gain capital. From your experience, what are some of the regimes that exist in the jurisdiction that you work that you would say support businesses growing and scaling and accessing capital? And then I'm going to come to you two gentlemen to say, how do you think those, if they don't exist here, can be integrated locally to ensure that we have businesses accessing more capital and growing and scaling?
So I love this question because I have the pleasure of running an accelerator, and we actually invested in a company that services Jamaica, gross realists, they're in the room today. And the real focus of our accelerator is exactly that, really pulling together the necessary resources to help founders at a big inflection point in their business. So some of those resources outside of just capital, because we actually do invest in the companies as well, but we provide them with access to connections. So people who have business expertise, information and access to information on how they can think about their go-to-market strategy, how they can think about customer acquisition, how they can think about networking and pulling in the room and having conversations with investors when it's time to fundraise. A founder knows what they know, and that's building their business. So to the point around hiring, different individuals, they can also put advisors around them to help navigate some of the complexities of operating that business. So not only does a founder, need to have the hired support, but advisory networks around them, so they can just tap into not just the networks of the people they know, but the networks of the people who are around them to support them and help them grow. No one is an island, no one can do it alone, especially an entrepreneur. And as you scale and grow, you need teams, people around you to help you to grow and do exponentially bigger than you can do. So whether it's networking with different angel groups, whether it's affinity groups with other entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs should feel comfortable talking to each other. A lot of the challenges that entrepreneurs face, they're very similar. They can learn from each other. So putting yourself around people who are there to support you and can kind of help you and open up networks of community and communication is really important. I would also say, especially in the States, there are a lot of affinity groups and programs that the government has implemented to help on smaller scales. And it's definitely something, I think there are models that can be replicated, whether it's, small business groups or angel networks, finding some of those networks and some of those communities to help educate the founders and educate entrepreneurs can be really, really the make or break scenario in a founder's journey.
Indeed, and of course we know locally the Jamaica Business Development Corporation does provide some support for local businesses. So in our 1 minute, I'm going to give each of my panelists 20 seconds to just share some final words that you'd want an entrepreneur who is listening, watching right now, wondering how to access capital, one thing that you want to leave with them. 20 seconds each.
Don't give up. Being an entrepreneur is hard. It's for special people. If you have an idea and you have a journey, don't give up. Envelop yourselves in communities, again, of help and support. Don't be afraid to ask questions. So don't give up. Stay the course.
I'll piggyback on that and say, seek the help you need, ask questions, be curious, and when that help is given, follow it up as best as you can.
Carl?
Yeah, I mean, what I'd say is, as an entrepreneur, you want to grow your business on a scale, you want to do well, you have to have a mindset change, right? So think about what is best for your business in the long run and build it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for your attention, and I hope at the end of this discussion you have found some gems that will be useful. And even if you know it already, share and tell a friend, because there are people who may be useful. So
before you close, I can't let this opportunity pass.
So we'll take 2 questions.
Thank you. It's not a question, information that I'd like to share, because I was making the point that I think this panel could have done with the involvement of people who are actually funding entrepreneurs who are seeking capital. So I represent First Angels,
Jamaica, First Angels Caribbean. We have 27 members, and many of the people here, SCB, GMMB, GN, are members of the First Angels Network who are dedicated to providing capital to startup entrepreneurs. And also our sister company, RevUp Caribbean, that prepares entrepreneurs to get ready for funding. We're an incubator, we're a virtual incubator, and I'm very proud to say that the young man who won the pitch competition yesterday is a graduate of RevUp Caribbean. So go to RevUp Caribbean, First Angel. Here he is, Michael Mullins, who won the pitch competition last evening. So RevUp Caribbean, First Angels Caribbean are the organizations that entrepreneurs need to look to if they're looking for capital and mentorship and advisory support, all the great stuff you talked about.
A valuable pitch right there, and of course, we are happy that you're willing to share that. So number 2, I see someone else standing, so if you, okay, no problem.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sherry Williams. I'm the founder of a tech startup called the Caribbean's first car sharing platform, and on the other hand, I'm also a certified public accountant, so I see things on both lens. What Mr. Townsend mentioned in terms of entrepreneurs only seeking out debt, I think I would have to somewhat disagree with that. Most of us do look for all kinds of capital funding, right? So whether it's loans, convertible notes, equity, we are seeking that consistently. However, there is a stigma in the Caribbean where you have an idea, you have some traction, or maybe you don't have any traction, but you have a really good idea, right? Local investors usually would say, yes, I am interested. However, I'd like 50, 60, 70, 80% of your company for next to nothing at all in terms of funding. And so what is NCB and JMMB, who I've never heard of investing in startups, doing to change that narrative? That's number 1. And on the other side, yes, I am an accountant, so I also do work with startups in terms of those foundational needs. And so what are you doing to address the gap in terms of, not being ready for looking for loans and all of that stuff? How are you developing financial solutions or advisory programs to help entrepreneurs who do need that help?
All right, so we can synergize the responses in one from both financial institutions here. So what are you doing to help hold the hands of businesses, and also what are the programs that you're doing now to help support business accessing capital?
All right, so let me answer that question. So on the JMB side, as you just heard, we are a part of the First Angels Network, and that is where we direct our resources in terms of startups and venture capital and so on. We outsource that to First Angel. We support them financially, and then they support the entrepreneurs. But also, we have a unit within our small and medium enterprise division that is geared towards providing financial literacy and financial advice and so on to SMEs. So those are the 2 ways in which we support startups and MSMEs specifically.
So I'm going to piggyback on that. I think that is something throughout the industry where it's sometimes difficult for the various institutions by themselves to take on as many. The volumes are just too high. So it's probably best to be able to partner with these institutions that have the persons that are there to kind of help put them in a position, carry them to the level where we are able to take them on and bring them along the way. So we do farm out that area. We do provide support where we can, financial support, etc. And then what we're able to do is when they are at a particular level, then we can move them to point B to C and further the junior stock exchange, etc.
Right, so you're saying our local financial institutions see SMEs as big business, and I know other institutions represented here, and our Sagicor group as well, all the institutions represented here have a particular focus on SMEs.
Thank you. My name is Sophia Bryan, and I'm the managing attorney of the Law Boss firm, and we do estate planning and offer corporate support services. So I'm a little bit disappointed that the conversation didn't go what I would consider high level. As someone that has sought financing for business purposes, I find that I have an easier time dealing with credit unions. And in my opinion, the requirements are very much similar. The drawback with doing business with the credit union is that the credit union requires 10%, and that 10% sits in your account, and you do not benefit from it, and you get access to that money again when your debt is cleared. So if a credit union and microfinancial services can make money on the backs of small business owners, I just find it sad that there is such a high barrier to accessing financing from the banks. And another layer is, in my opinion, if I were a man with a plan, I would have an easier time dealing with the banks. It seems as though the goalpost moves a lot further for women in business rather than for men. So you're asked for audited financial statements, those are produced. You ask for cash flow, you ask for bank statements for 3 years, those are produced. Oh, now you need to give cash flow projection. And some of my peers who are in a similar position might not be even doing as well as me, they're not going through those hurdles and they're getting access to financing. So I just want to know what are some of what you plan on doing to change that, because I think it's a hurdle that women, especially in business, have to overcome. The goalpost just keeps on moving, and it's a very discouraging process.
All right. And you could perhaps speak from the experience of what you've seen in the US and approaches towards that and some solutions that perhaps local financial institutions could take.
Yeah, so listen, financial services is not an easy industry to navigate. And I think, Carl, you mentioned this early on, understanding the type or the vehicle of capital that you're looking in is really critical, right? Most people think, oh, let me walk into a financial institution and I can get a loan. But that might not necessarily be the best option for your small business. 9 times out of 10, just to be 100% honest with you, it's not. It's really expensive, right? And they require a lot if you think about debt financing. And that's why I think you brought up a great point around equity. Look at the type of business, the structure of your business. Is debt, although debt may be easier to get because there are checks and balances that you can do a personal guarantee, it's maybe easier for you to get a small business loan. That might not, again, necessarily be the right fit for the type of business that you have. If you're building a business that's leveraging technology, venture capital may be a platform that you should think about. Angels, how can you think about pulling together and leveraging angel networks so that it's a little bit easier and less onersome from a documentation perspective for you to get it. I think people think debt because it's, the first thing, you have your local bank here and there, but it's not always the best form of capital for small businesses.
All right. And I know for the various financial institutions, many of them have crafted women-specific programs, and of course, we continue in the space to evaluate to ensure that we are strengthening the offerings for all our various stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for your attention. And I hope that this conversation was very useful for you. And of course, we're going to continue championing the cause for access to financing for our various stakeholders. Thank you so much, my panelists. Give them only a round of applause like that.
Yo, darling.
Thank you so very much.
Not next. I'm fine.
Oh.
I tell this guy in court.
Careful with the phone, please.
Really?
Excuse me.
What you do?
I just realized what an awesome thing with the STAR program.
Yes, ma'am.
Fantastic. Jamaica needs a fund.
Thank you very much.
That's what I'm trying to do. Charlie.
That was an excellent session, and point made by Sandra about angel investing. First angel is a very valid one as well. Just a reminder here, Intelligent Multimedia Limited wishes to advise that the Platinum LinkedIn cards that were created yesterday are available at the booth to my left in the corner of the room. So visit the IML booth to collect your platinum LinkedIn card. Our next session is a panel discussion on expanding the regional markets. A lot has been said about this topic over the years, and the experts are here to say where we are and where we're going. Moderator for this session is none other than my friend, Mrs. Stacey Ann Tate, Senior VP Investments at NCB Capital Markets. Please welcome Stacey.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I should tell you something. I have been given an exceptional task, and the exceptional task is to present to you as the second to last panel at a time when we're overtime. However, ladies and gentlemen, I promise you this, my panelists will highly keep you engaged, and we promise to keep it very informative and tight. To start us off, I'm going to invite my panelists to come to the stage. And the first person I'd like to introduce and welcome to the stage is Dr. Marlene Street Forrest, Managing Director of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Next, Mr. Stephen Gooden, Deputy Chairman, Jamaica Stock Exchange. And next, Mr. Marlon Yard, Managing Director of the Barbados Stock Exchange Group. Welcome. Okay, now before we get started this afternoon, I want us to set some context about the topic we will be discussing. You've been here for some time now, you've been hearing us speak about capital markets. So what is the capital markets that we keep referring to? The capital markets is this infrastructure, it's the ecosystem that is there to be able to allow companies and governments to raise funding either via the issuance or the trading of securities. They typically do it via the debt capital markets or the equity capital markets. We're going to be talking about expansion of the capital markets across the region. What is that region that we're going to be looking at this afternoon? We are going to be focusing our attention on the expansion across the English-speaking Caribbean. So, now that we have set the context and my panelists have settled in, let's start picking their brains. All right, welcome again. Now, they say that every great mission starts with a great vision. So to that extent, I want you to tell us, what is your vision of an expanded regional capital market? And to get us started, I'd like to start with Mr. Goody.
Thank you, Stacey. So, my vision for the capital markets is pretty much to change the narrative from being a regional market to a global market, right? I see ourselves being a player in the global space where global issuers and investors come to the Caribbean to raise money and invest money, right? Where the markets here not only contributes to other sectors in terms of helping them to provide financing, But the capital markets here is actually a significant contributor to GDP growth and foreign currency revenues, right? So I believe that we can be a large player in this space. And we have the ingredients, right? I think we have the ingredients. We have a world-renowned stock exchange, right? We have the talent. We have a robust market infrastructure, right? You look at Guyana. Guyana is big in the commodity space, an emerging powerhouse. Could there be a commodities market that would provide us with that win that we could establish ourselves as a global player? On Tuesday, the Prime Minister spoke about Jamaica becoming an international business and financial services hub. Right, and I'm empowered to speak a little bit more here about that because I'm chairman of the Jamaica International Financial Services Authority. But I do believe that there are opportunities for the players in the capital markets ecosystem to capitalize on the initiative, the International Financial Services Initiative, as a way to enter the marketplace. So I am fairly bullish and I have great expectations of what we can become as a regional market.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Street Forest, what's your vision?
Well, overall, it is a seamless access to capital for business persons who want to access capital, whether it's debt or equity, and seamless access to securities for investors who want to invest in the market. So we really should be seen as one overall market where our regional investors and businesses can do business easily, and for the external market, so the global market, to see us as one market where there's easy access and easy exit.
Thank you. So far I've heard global opportunity, I've heard seamless access, and of course, Mr. Yard, the vision would not be complete without your input. What's your vision?
Good afternoon. First, let me thank the Jamaica Stock Exchange for inviting me into the conference. Particularly thank Marty, being a good friend over the years, and like everybody else, kudos to you. Part of my vision includes, as it relates to a regional capital market, is opportunities for new instruments being available to market participants, particularly investors, having opportunities to create wealth for themselves because it's a bigger market, deeper, greater diversification. So that's one thing, to have more instruments available to our people in the Caribbean. Also, see the regional capital market as an opportunity for SMEs to raise capital and grow. SMEs are the economic backbone of any country. So we want to give them more opportunities to raise capital and grow and become larger companies. Another thing I want to piggyback off of Stephen is the whole question of global competitiveness. We need to expand our market so that we become attractive to international investors and regional investors too. And that, so I would say that our markets, even the bigger markets in Jamaica, we're still small by international standards. And that might be a hindrance for us to attract international investors and issuers to our market. So my vision really is having opportunities for new products and services for people to invest and create wealth for themselves, having a bigger market so that SMEs can get in the market, have investors throughout the Caribbean, throughout the English-speaking Caribbean, and making our markets competitive on a global perspective.
So what I hear you adding to the vision is wealth creation and depth. No, I'm not going to let you go so easily. I'm going to come right back to you. So we've shared the vision. what I want to ask you is that, in keeping with that vision, do you think that the regional trading of securities is important to this vision?
What's the point of a market without trading? You know, that's what we're here for. We're, as capital markets, stock exchanges in particular, we are creating a place where people can trade their securities when they meet their objectives. Somebody said it earlier in the day, you know, you want to have a market where trading, where people can get into the market and get out when they can. That's important. And we stock exchanges provide that marketplace to allow persons, they might have an objective, they might have a specific time frame, they might be at a particular risk level. So when they have an objective, say planning for retirement, buying a home, and you have funds that you can invest, you put it in the capital markets, be it mutual funds, be it debt instrument, you put it in capital markets, and particularly for stocks and for shares or bonds that may be listed on exchange, you can trade out when the time comes. So yeah, trading is important. That's what we're here for. Provide a marketplace where people can get in and get out when to meet their particular financial objectives.
Thank you. And Mr. Gooden, do you also believe that the regional trading of the securities is important, especially for those global aspirations that you would have spoken to earlier?
Yes, definitely. Yes, definitely, it's important. I mean, the reality is this, right? Jamaica has a population of 3 million. The entire English-speaking Caribbean is 6, right? The larger the market, the increased likelihood that there will be greater depth and liquidity, right? And that's a precursor to being competitive on a global scale, right? So I would definitely encourage more cross-border activities that in aggregate you have a larger market dealing with, and as such, more securities to be offered and more opportunities to be capitalized on.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Streetforest, you're not going to get off so easy, and I am going to now start picking on you as a regulator. Now, as regulators, I want to know what is the progress? What is some of the work that has been done so far to be able to advance the agenda of trading securities regionally?
Okay, so we have over the years done quite a bit in order to advance the trading of securities. As you have said, the objective is trading of securities. So what we have done is through a process called CXN, Caribbean Exchange Network. We, as exchanges, we agreed that we would work together to ensure that we have seamless trading of all securities by all our brokers across the region. And so we looked at the technology and we saw that there is a fit, we could work together. We also looked at our rules, and while they are not 100% agreed, but they're mostly there in terms of how they're worded. We knew that trading could take place there. We looked at the Securities Act and to see what regulations would be needed to be changed to allow for our brokers to have access to each other's markets. And there was changes to the regulations, to the Securities Act, both for Barbados, Trinidad, and Jamaica. So when you look at regulations, we did make progress there. So those are the things that are necessary. What is necessary also is how do you settle transactions? And we did look at the mechanism to settle transactions across all 3 exchanges. The other thing would be, how do you know, after you have done all of that, what is the process of registration? And we looked at that and we thought we had it covered. Well, you know, with everything, there are hiccups, and that there was some issues there, right? So here we are today. We still do not have CXN because of a few issues, you'd say, Marlon. Yes? Yes. So, yes.
And Marlon, I see her looking over to you to expound on that. So tell us, what else has been done today? Anything else that you'd like to add?
I endorse everything Marlene says, because we were there together from the beginning this whole process started. And as I think I mentioned many times before, we actually signed the MOU right in the office of the Barbados Stock Exchange. Marlene, myself, and I didn't mean I did.
No, another person in Trinidad. Yes.
So what I hear is that work has been done in terms of rules and looking at the settlement process. Marlene, well, Dr. Streetforest touched on it, that ultimately there have been hiccups. Talk to us, Marlon, about what are some of the challenges that you guys have been facing along the way to advance the agenda to have securities trade regionally.
Besides CXN, there has been a recent development, over the last 2 years, where the CARICOM Private Sector Organization approached us about finding a way to create one regional stock exchange. There was much talk. We had meetings, I think we had meetings in Guyana, we had meetings here downstairs, in the room downstairs in a restaurant. And the issue has always been the will to get it done. There's Article 44 in the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas dictates that we should integrate the market. But yet, when it comes to actually getting it done, it seems to falter. With the last initiative with the CARICOM Private Sector Organization, we developed an RFP to go to someone to put out in the marketplace to get someone to help us put the framework in place. And nothing happened, it just stopped, we didn't hear anybody. And I actually saw the CEO of the Caribbean Private Sector Organization in Trinidad last Sunday, and he said, no, so what's going on? I said, don't worry, man, we're coming back at it now, and we can start things going. So there's always that will to get it done. You know, you make all the plans and then you falter.
And I'm not gonna let Dr. Streetforest off the hook. I'm gonna allow her to tell us about some of the challenges too, because she's at the table with you trying to work it through. What would you add to that?
Let me say this, and I probably this might be the best platform to talk about it. When you look at each region, each country, they have a stock exchange. And a stock exchange means a lot to each country. So what we have to look at is not the stock exchanges, but the objective and how you are able to realize those objectives. And one of the objectives, as we said, as we started, was that we have seamless trading, almost looking at one order book, and that all our traders, whether they are Jamaican, they are Barbadians, they are Trinidadians, Eastern Caribbean, can seamlessly trade. So I think we have to have a shift in the mindset about one stock exchange, wouldn't you say, Stephen? And no, because it's the elephant in the room, and we really just have to be candid. So what you need to do is to ensure that what you want as an objective is achieved, right? Whether it is by 3 exchanges, properly linking to technology, utilizing AI, utilizing broadband communications to link them, and it gives you the same thing. So you will satisfy 2 objectives, really. One is the feeling of having your own, and 2 is the main objective is in terms of having those trading seamlessly and capital raise seamlessly, and look at the framework for the regulatory environment to allow for that.
You know, and I'm glad that you would have addressed that for us, Dr. Street Forest, because for years we've been talking about this regional stock exchange, and she invited you to step in, Mr. Gooden. But just before you step in, I want to add something else to the mix. When you're responding, I want to ask, because Dr. Street Forest talked about this being the platform to say it, and I agree. So given that this is the platform, what would you say, if any, that you need in terms of support from the government's legislative arm, but also too from the regulators to be able to address and meaningfully achieve the objectives?
All right, so let's start with the question of a single stock exchange, right? It's a nice concept in my mind in an ideal world, right? As you know, the world is not ideal. And for the many reasons highlighted by both Marlene and Marla, we're going to have a challenge, in my view, bringing all the exchanges together in that particular manner. It's a conversation that has been going on for decades, and it may very well continue for decades to come. So I agree with Marlene, you know, the objective at the end of the day is to focus on what the end game is, which is a regional market. If a regional stock exchange comes, it comes, but do not have that as the end game, right? We have enough technology, right? The ecosystems are not that different, right? So I think we are in an environment now whereby we can achieve integration without the stock exchanges coming together. And who knows, after having done that, the shareholders of the different stock exchanges may say, okay, let's merge, but let not that be the end objective. Now, as it relates to governmental support, again, in an ideal world, it would be great to see CARICOM coming together to focus on capital markets deepening. But in fairness to each country has its own set of problems. And not just in terms of capital markets, other problems, and they have their own agendas to push. So my view on it is that the governments in each jurisdiction are to focus on deepening their markets. In 2018, in Jamaica, we embarked on a capital markets deepening exercise. And I'm sure you'll agree with me that the 3 or so years of that, you know, were great years for capital markets in terms of growth and development. I would like to see other governments committing to a similar journey in their jurisdictions. Because what's going to happen, you know, is that it's very likely as you pursue a regional market, you're going to be as strong as your weakest link. Right? So it's better for the governments to focus on enhancing their ecosystems. Then now the market participants, stock exchanges, the broker dealers, the businesses that operate cross-border, they will come together now to make the magic happen. It makes no sense, for example, to speak about an aggressive regional agenda when 1 or 2 jurisdictions have a chronic foreign currency problem, as an example, right? So I would say where governmental support is concerned, yes, I'd love for them to come together as a CARICOM community to enhance the capital markets, but I think a more practical starting point is for each jurisdiction to focus on their own.
Go ahead, please.
One of the challenges is this whole question of regulation and legislation. There's a fragmentation in where legislation is at in various jurisdictions. And Stephen made a good point. Every country within the CARICOM are at different stages of development in their capital market. And as you already said, as strong as weakest, we need priorities needs to be made into either having a harmonization of the legislation, the securities legislation, or an adoption of a single securities legislation across the region, dependent on where countries are. And this is nothing new, you know. The capital markets union in the EU, they're doing this thing. ASEAN in Southeast Asia, they're doing the same thing. The Association of African Economic Community, they are doing the same thing. So there's templates all over the world to get this thing done. But we you know, simple things like that. But let me carry a step further as it relates to regulatory framework. In Europe, they have a supranational regulator that covers the whole European Union. I mean, again, there's still satellite regulators in each jurisdiction. And like what Marlene and Stephen said, and which I support, is, you know, we get together, you know, as stock exchanges, and even if you want to, you have one oracle in a particular jurisdiction. There are satellite exchange. Each country still has their exchange as a satellite exchange feeding into the state of holding company of exchanges in the region. So there are ways to work this thing. We're not reinventing the wheel. All we have to do is look to other regions in the world to see how things are being done.
Thank you.
Marlene, anything you want to rebut that?
Yes, well, you know, Madam, that we have this CXN was really after looking at many others, you know, the connectivity. And you spoke about harmonization. You know, we have had multilaterals and all of those coming and looking at harmonization, etc. But when you have those exercises in a vacuum, they don't work. But when you do have that connection, as we have tried and we are going to start again to do, then you will realize that the whole issue of harmonization will be pushed forward because there's a necessity at that time to have it done.
Yes, so what I hear is focus on deepening each individual market. It is going to necessitate it. And then when it does, it makes all those other moving parts easy to come together to work. And was there something else you wanted to add on this?
So in terms of deepening, you have low-hanging fruit, right? There are certain regulations that are fairly easy to change that would make it easier for issuers to raise money. You don't have to wait months, it's a matter of probably 2 weeks, right? There are regulations that can be changed that expand the universe of allowable assets for investors, you know, democratize investment opportunities for John Brown, right? There are those low-hanging fruits. And also there are government policy directives, right? So for example, viable state-owned assets, putting them in the hands of the public, as opposed to a narrative whereby the government holds these assets on behalf of the public. You see the difference?
Yes.
So if you look at the Jamaican experience, talk about the Winkton IPO in 2019, the Trans-Jamaica IPO in 2020. These attracted a whole lot of investors. I can't remember how many participants there were in Winkton, but for Trans-Jamaica, they had around 36,000, right, persons investing in that particular IPO. And not only was it the largest, but it also spurred innovation, right? It was in those two IPOs that the public offering platforms, digital platforms were created, right? I can't tell when last I've seen a paper-based application process for a public IPO, right? Those papers now are in the JSE archives along with pictures from the open price system, right? So having a position whereby you have to lead the markets by, you know, providing investment opportunities for the public. I think that's a good way to go in terms of helping to
market. And that's something that we at NCB Capital Markets, we keep that in focus. That's democratizing wealth so that everybody can have a piece of the wealth ownership or the wealth creation process, because let's face it, everybody wants to get rich. I do too, right? So we keep at it in terms of wealth creation. Now, Mr. Gooden, you touched on low-hanging fruit, so I'm gonna just put it right back to you now. With regards to just getting the biggest impact, what would you say is the most important focus to get the quickest win? Is it in the debt capital market or is it in the equity capital market?
So that is a difficult question, right? It's dependent on the jurisdiction, And, I'm of the firm view that, you should allow, as best as possible, facilitate businesses raising money along the capital structure, irrespective of where you want to raise that money in the capital structure, right? So my focus would be, instead of saying, okay, do I focus on debt or do I focus on equity? I would focus on, okay, what is the framework that facilitates issuers raising money? How can I enhance that irrespective of whether or not it's debt or equity, public or private? Right? That would be where my focus would be. Again, every jurisdiction is different, but I would kind of focus on the roadblocks, the ones that don't require oil in the ocean to start. You get those out of the way, and you're going to take on the more difficult ones, right? There are some difficult ones, like foreign currency, but there are others that we can address to enhance the markets.
And Marlon, I'd love to hear from you because you're in a different country. Do you feel the same way?
What I've seen and what I've learned, and what I've read, is that it seems that that capital seems to be where people tend to want to start first. And we heard that before. Debt from different from debt being raised in the capital markets. But what my thinking is that we need to find a way to make integration as seamless as possible, supporting what Marina said, and at the same time make it have the regulatory framework in place that is adapted, that works for each jurisdiction based on their position, where they are in their capital market cycle. But let us develop, go hand in hand with both debt and equity, because different issuers, different business people,
did you have a pledge form? Yeah,
may find equity finance is best for them where they're at, and as they develop and they grow, they will say, well, debt finance. So let us develop the markets that will satisfy the needs of issuers and investors in the market. For example, persons may feel more comfortable in investing and buying and selling debt.
So what you do is if you
they know what kind of return you get on an annual basis, 4.5%, or whatever. And then the other persons who want to take on risk as investors, they want to use that, they want to have a higher return, so they take on greater risk. So let's develop them hand in hand and move together.
Got you. And Dr. Streetforest, of course, you are the master of everything that trades. So tell me, do you see it the same way?
I do. I think you can't develop one as against the other. Both must be developed in lockstep, because the needs are going to be different based on the business that you are in and based on the maturity of that business. So it would be remiss of you to be concentrating on one as against the other. Also, you have to realize that sometimes, based on just the mere economic climate, one can be a detriment as against another. So obviously, you have to do it in a lockstep position.
Thank you. So earlier, Doc, you spoke about having a platform. You have a platform here today, and I'm going to throw this out to all the panelists. Here is your platform. What would you like to say to the corporates, the institutions, the businesses in this room about their role and what you want to see from them in order to achieve the objective of expanding the capital markets, no matter where we sit in the region? Doc, I'll allow you to go first.
Okay, so obviously one of the